Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another minigame podcast. Today is Saturday, April 26th, early in the morning. I guess I might as well start just saying the real date of whenever I start streaming and whenever I'm awake. We're going to do about an hour warm-up and then we'll jump into the video game news. And as I talk here, I normally would say we would scroll down the 24-hour peak charts, but the SteamDB 24-hour peak player chart here doesn't particularly interest me too much today, even though it does look like there might be some new stuff moving around a little bit, because I have some slightly more exciting things to talk about in what I can call only a dumb bit of luck, which is going to be contrasted by a lack of luck for everybody trying to pre-order the Switch 2, which I wasn't really trying to pre-order it, but I was keeping an eye on it. I was able to get the checkboxes on Steam pages to work super easy, and so I want to cover that. First, though, we can point out Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I heard someone describe this as more of a smaller company. Obviously, it's, I don't think, an indie company per se. Let's see, publisher is Kepler Games, developer is Sandfall Interactive, so it's not self-publishing, certainly. But, yeah, I guess the question really is, then can it be indie if it's not self-publishing? And I guess the answer is probably technically no. But yeah, it doesn't seem like it has as much of a budget, and it doesn't seem like as many people are really talking about it. Which, speaking of things that people aren't really talking about, apparently, and again, I'm going to say, let's just play the game, and I think this is the thing to do, or at least that I've figured out to do, as far as controversies or minor controversies that aren't really making it into the general conversation very often. So let's just play the game here and see if we hear any news, or ask yourself personally, have you heard any news about a gender restoration mod on Nexus Mod for Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered. They would change it from the default body type 1 and body type 2 to be back to male and female. Excuse me, sorry about that. I wish I had a better mute button, but in all honesty, if I'm coughing or sneezing, I would really need like a 7-second delay or something automated. I don't even know if there is an automated cough or sneeze compressor or what. A lot of people turn their heads from the microphone, but honestly, even if I turn my head 90 degrees, you can hear me pretty well in either direction, and that's about as far as my neck will go. So yeah, I'm gonna say let's play that game. Have you heard about Nexus Mod banning, then unbanning the gender restoration mod to put back male and female? Which, in fairness, if you want the game to be pretty much exactly the same with just better graphics, you don't want anything changed. And also, in fairness, I would say, if you're only going to have two body types, then male and female is pretty much the standard definition. There are at least 3 biological genders that I know of. There is XX on the 23rd chromosome, there is XY, and then there is XXY, which happens in a tiny percentage of humans as far as being a genetic hermaphrodite, which I don't even think we have a good term for them. But that does happen. So we've always, basically, genetically speaking, had 3 genders. Now, you can have as many genders as you want for all I care as a social contract, and if you can get people to agree to that, that's more the better of people being accepting and kind. But yeah, the male and female options on an old game should not really be a controversy. And the fact that you're obsessed, or game developers, or Kotaku type mainstream video game journalists are obsessed with changing that in a story of fiction is frankly just losing the focus. I would much prefer acceptance of all genders amongst real society and real people, instead of changing it in fiction where it is going to impact the least number of people. But on top of the Nexus mod controversy, there is also another controversy around the Elder Scrolls Oblivion, in that they changed one of the statues in the game that showed a female with more cleavage. I don't think she was particularly topless, but it kind of doesn't matter, because it would just be like a Greek statue topless. And they have changed that 3D model completely, so now she is in a completely different pose, more aggressive attacking pose, which you might argue is a more masculine pose and compared to the previous one, and she is fully covered up. So 2 big changes there, that aren't really big, no, but somebody clearly had a decision to make, whether to just make a better visual version of the thing that existed, or to try to artistically put in something completely different. And they've artistically put in something completely different, which at a certain point stops it from being a remaster and makes it a remake. And I really question whether the remastered term here is not completely wrong in this case, because I do think that this is probably closer to a remake, for as much as they've changed gameplay mechanics and gameplay visuals wise. A remaster in my mind tends to mean it's just been slightly improved in graphics, not completely overhauled. Now weirdly, I also heard, as far as Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered, that they are still running Oblivion on the old game engine, and they somehow just plugged into the old game engine the, I believe, Unity engine, not even Unreal Engine, but you'd think it would be Unreal, to handle the graphics. Which, that sounds strange to me, to say the least, but it's probably not as weird as it seems, because I imagine the old engine was also fairly based off of Unity anyways, so fairly compatible. But yeah, the idea to have a completely different engine handling your graphics versus your gameplay seems weird, to say the least. And then there is also a post on Reddit, as far as a meme picture, that says, "Thanks Bethesda," and then below that it says, "Now we wait," and it shows all the other old games that Bethesda happens to own, things that also they did not work on, such as Fallout 1 and 2, and it's showing all these pictures of the old games saying, hey, we're waiting for remasters of those. Which, first of all, you're thanking Bethesda when this was a third-party developer that wasn't Bethesda. If anything, we should still be pouring all of our scorn on Bethesda for being slow and bad at making games in general. Secondly, you're asking for remasters of like Fallout 1, which is a top-down isometric 2D game. Yet fully would need a remake there. And since Bethesda never worked on any of those anyways, nor did ZeniMax, nor did Obsidian. They would totally need to make a remake for that game if they were going to do that, and they just have no reason to remake the first game and retell that story when they could just as easily make a Fallout 5. Bethesda is already, we will see in later news stories, rejecting the idea of even remaking Fallout 3. Which, yeah, they really can't accomplish anything. If anything, the hope here, and it's a nasty hope to have, perhaps, but it is perhaps the only real hope for gamers, is to have Microsoft see, hey, these games actually can sell very well. Let's put the screws down on ZeniMax, the company we own, and Bethesda, and say, you are going to license all of your old games to other companies, and you are going to have remakes made because you are too slow to make games yourself. And at some point, they probably should just skip that middle step and shut down Bethesda and just license out all the IPs to new people, which is not usually what you would hear someone like me suggest, is to basically lay off all the employees and just hold on to the IP and give it to a different company. But we are decades into what has been a continued failure of Todd Howard and his crew. Whether that's Todd Howard's fault or otherwise, there's been no correction. And that's really the only thing keeping the company together in my mind, is Todd Howard. Is that if you lay off Todd Howard, he'll go and make a new company, and then everybody will follow that company. So generally, I think you'd probably promote Todd Howard to a management position, and then you would shut down the rest of Obsidian and Bethesda, and you would just have the games licensed out, and Todd Howard would pretend like he's still involved, but in reality he wouldn't be involved. You would put him in some office to lock him away and forget him, give him a massive paycheck so he doesn't leave. Heck, you might even give him an opportunity to make a side project where it's something completely different. But yeah, that is really the best case scenario here, is that we'll just see more. We would see Microsoft step in and make the big changes that needed to happen, and big changes are needed now because small changes weren't made then. Honestly, at the beginning of the development of Starfield, they should have probably moved all of the team to a different team as far as making the next Elder Scrolls game. And I imagine maybe it is a case that in Bethesda they think they are like Valve, that they can just sit around and do nothing until there is some major new technology discovery that they make that would make the next game feel like it is significantly better, and they can just sit around and pretend like they're working on Half-Life 3, or in this case they can sit around and pretend like they're making Elder Scrolls 6, but they really can't, because they don't have the income of Steam and Counter-Strike 2 and the Steam Marketplace and skins trading to rely on. Plus, the Elder Scrolls game never really were built around physics like the Half-Life game was, which is a small excuse they can use. So yeah, that's that. I also saw one YouTuber saying that Marvel Rivals Season 2 is not being received particularly well. But I guess there's only been 2 seasons anyways. But okay, so that's generally what I have to say, I think, about those games, mostly Elder Scrolls, and we'll get into more news. My macro did actually run once and not have any errors at all, which is an amazing amount of progress. I don't know if I have 100% ready to go yet, but yeah, I think I've made significant progress this morning. Although it still is very much a case where I'll wake up at like 2 or 3 in the morning on a non-streaming day and do very little. I've been just watching a lot of Monk, which in season 5 I would say is about the time where they start to get comedic. And yeah, I know that first pilot episode was way too dramatic for my taste, and honestly all of the Sharona stuff was way too dramatic. But even when Sharona left, it still was at least a season, it feels like, until they really started to hit onto a more comedic tone, which I think makes a lot more sense for a Monk as a OCD person. As it gets more comedic, is less hampered by his OCDs, and really is frankly less OCD than I would be, or I am even, which is probably a terrible situation for somebody to be in, to look at some fictional character like Monk and go, hey, I'm more OCD than he is. But yeah, some of his obsessions are plot convenience, certainly, and a lot of times he does things that just don't follow any real logic, which may be the truth for a lot of people with OCDs. Is like, weirdly in the show, if you notice anything, is that none of them ever wear gloves at a crime scene, or not even getting into footies to cover your shoes at crime scenes, but they just don't wearing gloves. None of the police are. You would think that somebody who's germophobic would always have gloves on his hands, and he could solve the whole I need a wipe to wipe my hands off concept and problem there by just always wearing gloves, and then potentially wearing like latex gloves under regular like driving gloves. And then when he meets normal people, he's wearing regular gloves, and when he gets to a crime scene, he takes off his still somewhat clean driving gloves and he's wearing plastic gloves, and then he can touch whatever he wants, and then his hands are still clean. And then he's like obsessed with things being at round numbers of 10, so 10 of something, 100 of something, when you can play mathematical games on any base numbering system to make something a multiple of the next significant number. If you have 4 or something and you're counting on a base 4 system, that's as perfect as a number as 10 is on a base 10 system. Not that obsessions really are going to follow logic, but yeah. And certainly you could say one box of something, one box of cookies is 1, and 1 is the most perfect number. So if you just count in bunches, you can also get around a lot of that numbering system nonsense. But yeah, his biggest phobias that really come into play are his germophobia, his inability to make a decision, which weirdly he doesn't carry like a coin or something to flip to make decisions, that would just make decisions for him. And yeah, germophobia, inability to make decisions, and yeah, that's kind of it. So maybe they should have just focused on that instead of just having him claim to have a whole bunch of other phobias. His fear of heights shows up at like the very first episode of the entire series, and then pretty much never shows up again. And by the 5th season, the latest episode I've watched, he's in a hospital with a nosebleed, and the idea of him sitting around a waiting room surrounded by other sick people, it just seems crazy. And that it would make a lot more sense that he would have just never gone to a hospital no matter what was wrong with him. But unfortunately they can't cure him of all those diseases also, because then the show just becomes a generic detective show. I will also say in the 5th season of Monk, which just has nothing to do with video games, so why am I even talking about it? They start to add secondary characters quite a bit. The new assistant lady plays a much bigger role and is more of a comedic side Girl Friday character, which they literally call her his Girl Friday several times. Which is a pretty old reference, even when it was happening. And they're starting to make jokes about how he's not on the internet and he doesn't know how cell phones work, right in the middle of where cell phones and internet would have been growing significantly fast. And so he's just stuck in the past. But yeah, he has like an upstairs neighbor that is now hanging around for no reason, and they are making his cop friends much more comedic characters, giving them more to do. Anyways, so yeah, I've been sitting around watching Monk when I wake up on non-streaming days, instead of either making video game content or cleaning, decluttering my house, which I'm still doing this, but it is at a very slow pace. I'll do 1 or 2 things in the middle of things, but I also tend to get exhausted just by maintenance, like dishes in the sink, laundry that needs to be done. The sad thing is I really only can accomplish like 1 thing per 24-hour period. So if I focus on cooking food or something, baking a cake, that tends to be the one thing. If I focus on laundry, that tends to be the one thing. So extra things. It really goes to show me that I need the house to be clean and organized, and I need to be able to do much smaller amounts of movement and expeditions, energy, to just maintain a house, because it's way easier to maintain a house than it is to clean a house and just let it pile up. And that's unfortunately not the situation for me. Yeah. And what happens often for many people is that you move into a new house, but you're doing it under a time constraint, under duress in some ways, under distress in some ways. So a lot of people, when they're moving, they don't have time to organize their old house and box it up and pack it all nice and neatly. And then when they get to the new house, they don't have time to unbox it nice and neatly. So you're either living out of boxes or you're just dumping stuff out of boxes. So the mess moves with you, unfortunately, a lot of times when you move, instead of giving you that fresh start. Which, yeah, I wish there was a charity, and I guess if I was independently wealthy and could form one, then there really needs to be a charity out there with some OCD people, slightly OCD people, who would give people fresh starts as far as cleaning their houses out and organizing their houses. But the only people that get that tend to be the people that are massive hoarders and actually have friends and family that will do it once or twice for them, and then they'll come back 6 months later and find that they're just nothing they did was capable of being appreciated or maintained. Which, yeah, probably would be best to clean houses of somebody who is fairly disabled, bedridden, things like that, because generally speaking, those people aren't going to make the biggest of messes, but even then they also aren't going to clean the messes too much either. So it doesn't really help at all. Frankly, a charity that would just help organize and clean houses that are almost empty for college kids and first-time families, people who just move into their first house, might be better. Relatively young people who have very little to begin with and just need to be taught some tricks and design techniques would be very helpful too. Alright, well, that's enough beating around the bush. So, I'm going to use Blackwell Convergence here as an example of what I've managed to succeed in programming. But this is just an example of a Steam page. This works on all Steam pages, and we'll get into that later. But through a plugin I have that adds JavaScript to pages based on their domain, so anything that would be steampowered.com gets this JavaScript injected into it. I am capable of changing how web pages work, which is different from changing how they look, because I have another extension in Firefox that can change the CSS, which is the custom style sheets of pages as far as how they look. I don't know if I'm changing anything as far as how Steam pages look, because they are basically the template. Yeah, here with it on, it changes the text to black here, which that's probably a bug. And yeah, generally I have it off, which having the extension off to change how it looks probably will save some RAM. There's a third way to change how things look, which is just good old-fashioned ad blocker like uBlock Origin, which also allows for cosmetic things to be removed temporarily or permanently. So there I just temporarily blocked that text from showing up on the screen. I can permanently do it too, but I wouldn't want to. So what have I changed here? And maybe I could say pause now and see if you can figure out what is new on the screen. I will give you a hint. It is nothing below the fold. Nothing down here is being changed by my code, although extensions like SteamDB are adding this square here. So yeah, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Have you found it? What I'm injecting is just a checkbox into what would be a pull down here to ignore or mark a game is played on another platform. What does this checkbox do? Quite simply, when I check it, it adds a timestamp, which I'm not doing anything special here as far as the timestamp to change how it would be in JavaScript. So this is a full JavaScript style timestamp, Saturday, April 26, 2025, 402, 4206, which is actually off from what my clock says. Greenwich Mean Time minus 500, which would be Central Daylight Time. So what's the point of having a timestamp? Well, the point of having a timestamp is that in the future, that means I can use this as a marker towards, have I visited this page before? Have I made a YouTube short on it? And if for some reason I wanted to make a new YouTube short, or I felt like the last time I made a YouTube short was a long time ago, I can make another one. And so my macro will just automatically click it. Checkbox here moved a little bit, but when you click it, it goes away. And that is that. Now, if this was just basic JavaScript, the date here would be just the date as far as how you see it on this one instance, this one session. But as soon as you would hit the reload button, it would go away and it would just be back to the way it is. So there's a little bit more in the internals that I had to do than just insert a checkbox that would insert text. I had to make either a cookie or session storage, which is a new API, newer API, which would keep data only until the page is reloaded, so not session storage, or local storage, which is the right choice in this case. Except for the fact that cookies expire if you set an expiration date and local storage doesn't expire. So there is a factor here in that I'm going to have to use a third extension to clear out the local storage if it ever tends to be a problem. This is a tiny bit of data being saved, but over the course of hundreds if not thousands of pages, even a timestamp for those pages, extra and local storage could take a lot of time. So I'm using the API of local storage, and notice when I unclick it here and reload, it won't bring it back. That is how it's working. So let me kind of just show the code here. Now there's a lot of code here, and not all of this has to do, almost none of this actually has to do with the code I added. Most of this is code that speeds up the speed at which the screenshots move around. So let me scroll down to the code that I added. Here, it's kind of in the middle. I don't know why I put it in the middle. Here it is. So, most of this code was modified from Stack Overflow answers, so it's not particularly original, and as such I'm going to consider it mostly public domain. Also, this is not particularly that important and proprietary information to keep hidden, so I'm going to just put it out here and show the full code now. So yeah, in the JavaScript, which is being injected at the end of the HTML, so all this JavaScript is changes in the old JavaScript, and which allows you to put just copy and paste the old JavaScript that is originally in a page and just change it a little bit. But in this case, it's injecting completely new stuff. So it's going to create a variable called checkbox that is an input. It changes that input to the type of a checkbox, and it gives it an ID of last visited. Then it is going to get a already identified element of the page, which is this pull down box, which they call Q ignore menu arrow, all underscores on that, and that is going to be the div element that we're going to modify. So then it is also going to grab the inner HTML part of that div element, so to save for later. Then it is going to create the last visited variable by checking local storage using the .get item, looking for something by the name of last visited plus the window URL, or which is window.location.href. Now, why do I need to add the plus part there? If I just called it last visited, then every single Steam page would have the exact same date. And checking the box on one Steam page would check it on all of them, and unchecking it on one Steam page would uncheck it at all. So I needed something that was like a universal unique ID without going through the process of actually encoding a universal unique ID. But I needed something somewhat unique, and the URL is going to be pretty much always unique with that. And so I'm just adding last visited as a marker there. And so this is effectively the next generation of cookies. You're checking to see if there's a cookie. If there is no cookie, then it will be null, empty. So then, in that case, you take the last visited variable and you turn it into a new date object. Date objects are based off of the time that they are created, which might mean a bit as to why the time is a little bit off on this. Like when I'm clicking this, it is still saying 4:06:10 when that was actually a while ago. So it may very well be the case that the pages will have to be reloaded to get the right data object, and I hadn't realized that, and it'll be off a little bit in most usage cases, and I'll just make sure my macro always reloads the page before it clicks the checkbox. Right, let's go back and see if we can scroll here. Okay, so yeah, it makes a new data object, and then it tells the checkbox to not be checked, so it's going to have a value of false, and then it takes that inner HTML and adds a space in between it just to give a little bit of spacing. Now notice I didn't bother to really put a bunch of spacing at the end of it. I could do that and it would look a little bit prettier, but it's not even really worth doing. Now that is if last visited is empty. If it is not empty though, once you pulled this local storage value out, which local storage values seem to be, I think, sandboxed to the domain, so I don't think another website can pull out that value, but I could be wrong about that. And I think cookies also probably were sandboxed to a domain. So I don't really know the reason why local storage exists, other than it separates itself between temporary values in session storage and permanent values. But yeah, I don't know what it really improves compared to a cookie, other than it's just not called cookies. I imagine they probably just wanted to move to a new name, so people who clear cookies were not clearing local storage anyways, and so there would be more permanent or semi-permanent storage of settings. Although inherently, if you want something really permanent, you're not going to use cookies or local storage. You're going to have what they call super cookies that happen on the server side to track people and maintain things. You're going to have logins to a website. Anyways, if there is a value, though, a timestamp, then you're going to change the value to true, so the checkbox is checked. Then you're going to take that HTML, and instead of just adding a space to it, you're going to add the timestamp itself, which is this last visited value, and then a space after that, and then the checkbox is added in either case after that point. So it's after the space in either case. So that's the setup. That's when the page first loads. The second bit of code, and we're almost done here, as far as JavaScript, which JavaScript is not the worst coding language ever, but certainly not the best either. What we're doing as the second part of this, though, is we're adding an event listener, basically a function. That's what this point here to the bracket here that I think ends here, which is also inside the parentheses here as far as add an event listener. So you're calling a function called add event listener under the label of a click. You could have also done change, but I found click worked better. And so you're squishing what usually is a function that's on one line into multiple lines in this case, which complicates it a little bit, and it's certainly not the easiest way to work with. But like ideally, what I originally wanted to do is just have an on-click script element added to the checkbox. But I couldn't figure out an easy way to do that, so this worked. And so why make perfect the enemy of good when this worked? Anyways, so you're modifying the checkbox you just added to add an event listener for clicks. So anytime it's clicked, it's going to send this event to this code, which if the event, which has a value of current target.checked, is received, as in the checkbox was checked, then it's going to create through local storage set an item called last visited plus the URL, a new date, which, yeah, again, that seems to still not really be as accurate to the right time as it should be. So yeah, it creates this new date as the page loads instead of waiting until the event is actually clicked, which is weird. You would think it would create the new date in the whole process, but apparently not. Maybe there is some special meta code I'd have to wrap around the new date object here for that to work. But yeah, it's just putting the date object, which it automatically converts into text, I'm sure, and then into what is effectively the next generation of cookies and creates that cookie. Then it does the same thing as before. It takes that already existing div's inner HTML and changes it to the original HTML plus last visited as far as what that would have been, which we didn't actually. Yeah, I'm debugging this right now. Like last visited is not actually established, yet it's working. Yeah, in the case that it's empty, last visited would be this new date. So it might be the case, I'm noticing here, that I did this wrong. And this shouldn't say last visited. This should just say new date. And it should run it at that point. Otherwise, it's taking the new date object that is created when the page loads. Yeah, there's my bug. So hopefully that will work. So yeah, with that change, it will do the same thing again. Add the original HTML plus the new date plus a space. Then it appends a checkbox. If it is clicked and it is not checked, as in you uncheck the box, then it is doing the opposite. It's removing the local storage cookie and then turning the HTML into the original HTML and then appending the checkbox after that, which the original HTML that we saved for future use did not, in that case, include the space there. Which also, while we're at it, if we want to change the code a little bit, we can add a space after the checkbox by just adding that code. And then we need to just copy that code into two other places. There, there, and there. Okay. And then reload. And maybe I need another space, but that did add a little bit more spacing there. So now we just reloaded, so clicking on this should have made it work, and it didn't. So there is a problem, I think almost certainly, with I'm going to add two spaces here, here, and here. That's not the problem. The problem here is going to be with this. I'm going to have to simply set a variable, which at some point, depending on the version of JavaScript, you'd be using let instead of variable, but I'll stick with variable. I'm going to make a variable called date, and I'm going to make that a date object, and then I'm going to change that to the variable date. And date is probably a bad front one to use. You see how it's changing text. So let's actually change the name to new date. Date may already be a predefined phrase. Let's see if that works. If that doesn't work, I'll work on this later. So yeah, I had it working and then I went and boned it up. Weirdly though, I can't imagine it's this that messed it up, because that was really just a cosmetic thing. Oh my goodness, it was that. Okay, well, so look at this. This says 4:23 and 14 seconds. We will come back here, and for some reason adding spaces at the end cosmetically broke everything, which that certainly is a great example of me not fully understanding JavaScript, that would happen. So we'll delete all of that code and say that's good enough. So the thing here is to wait until 4:24, and I'm looking at my clock that I have running on OBS to tell me when we get to that point, and it seems like we just went over that point. So yeah, the fix that I did get working here of the two fixes was now I should be able to remove this timestamp that says 423, and I should add a new timestamp that says 424. Yes, and it is down to basically the exact second here. We're at about 33 when I click on this. Yeah, exactly down to the second now. So yeah, I found a little bit of a bug there. Anyways, so massive amount of success there, frankly, in that that worked completely without really running into any real bugs. I did find a bug here when talking about it, but this now allows me to start moving lots of games that I've made YouTube shorts off of it into now just having these local storage second generation cookies set for them instead, particularly for games that I don't actually care to follow and don't actually think I'm ever going to play, such as MOBAs. So let me show this other extension that I found. It's called Local Storage Editor, and there's a lot of local storage here, but if I bring it down to just last visited, as far as the keys go, here we can show what is being stored is that there is a key, as in the name of it, called last visited, and then http store.steampowered.com, and then it just goes on and on for specific games. And then the value in it is just the text of a timestamp. So if it starts filling up my computer too much, I can then just click this box right here, and then I can just click, I believe this is the delete button here, and delete those keys, and then you have to click the submit button to sync the storage up. And so I didn't have to write any new program to do that. And to show it works, you can see that there is a checkbox here, and so it thinks it's there. When I reload the page one last time, it is gone and the checkbox has been removed. Okay, so yeah, nice success there. Nice, like, less than 1 day bit of code for something that easily could have taken a lot longer to program, and this will significantly, hopefully, improve the whole process of getting the 7,000 plus games off my follow list, so I can actually see my follow list at some point in the future and only following games that actually matter. Inherently, you'd only have to modify that code slightly to add it to any other website anywhere. You would just need a different div ID of where you wanted to add it in the specific web pages, and that's pretty much it. Sorry, I'm pouring water from one mug into another because I still have some ice left and I want to just chew on the ice. Notice there, I also want to point out before we move on to the next way too technical, barely having anything to do with video games discussion, is I did not change any of the appearance of that. I just said checkbox, just a generic checkbox. So the whole reason that it had a blue background and the reason that it looked like the rest of the page, and it wasn't just a white checkbox on a black background, or a black background or a white background with a white checkbox on it. All of that is because you were just injecting it into the rest of the page, and the rest of the page has style tags, class tags for custom style sheets to make it look a certain way. And so because of that, the code will more than likely look like it belongs there. It definitely didn't stand out, other than not having enough spacing on there, which honestly I could probably add a padding value to it to address that if I really wanted to get cosmetic about it, and just expand the right padding a little bit. But yeah, the code would work on just any other page. And to find the div on a page, let's just go ahead and explain that. Let's say I wanted to add a checkbox, say right here. You just right click and inspect it. That would bring up an inspector here. And then what you're looking for is a div object, which almost all of it is div objects now as far as HTML. I don't know if old-fashioned HTML just gets converted to divs or not. And on this page, you're going to have a hard time putting it where you want, because this div does not have an ID around it. So you could maybe, instead of using a div, get this article tag and put it there. Otherwise, what you're really looking for is something with an ID. Let's see here, this class of article body. There you go, ID highlights. So you could instead put it down with the highlights. Which, let's see if I can show where the highlights are. Yeah. So yeah, you could put it at the end of this box here and have a checkbox, because that has an actual ID to it. Classes won't work because classes are not IDs and they are used multiple times. So yeah, it has to have an ID, or you would have to have a specific tag, but still you probably would need an ID for that case. So yeah, it won't work for 100% of all pages if just the web page developer doesn't put any IDs on any of its tags, which would be kind of weird to do that for a professional site. But yeah, that would be generally how you would do it. And I imagine there's probably an ID for this top bar. And so that's what you would want to put a checkbox in this case. And then you would, once you have that ID and modify it, you would just use, what is this called as far as an extension? It's just called JavaScript. It's just a yellow box called with a JS in it. Add JavaScript that will run on this domain. Okay. HTTPS CHEE.party is, so it's a very small extension, which I've found to be extremely useful. Alright, so we will try to not spend as much time on this. The Godot developer snapshot for 4.5 development snapshot 3 is now out. There is some highlights here we want to just mention and then move on. Screen reader support. Accessibility should be every developer's top priority at full stop. Someone being excluded from the experience for factors outside of their control in this area that video games and applications have the potential to circumvent entirely is an area that they have the potential to circumvent entirely. However, it does, however, take a solid framework to allow accommodations to the developer to streamline this process for everyone, players and developers alike. Their research tech guru Bruzev took absolutely Herculean task of integrating access kit to Godot as a whole. Now, I don't know what access kit is, but it sounds interesting. It's been a 2-year project, which progressed and burst alongside the access kit framework. And in version 4.5 release, they made it prioritized to finalize that. They've merged in over 32,000 lines of code. This is only the first but massive step towards making Godot more accessible. In particular for the editor, a lot more work will be needed to make it really usable, as well as integrate with accessibility frameworks for mobile and web platforms. So this is a long way of them saying that they are working very hard to integrate the capability of screen readers to read not only the Godot game development engine itself, which is made mostly in Godot, but also every single program / video game made with the Godot engine. Let's see. They've also added script backtracing, which makes GDScript more useful and powerful. This would be basically a debugging thing in which you can figure out what script called what script as far as GDScript goes. So if there's a crash, you can say this script underscore this function, in this case underscore ready, was called my function 1, which then called my function 2, which then printed this command script backtrace as far as a way of debugging things. And in a real world application, instead of an example, this might be 25 different things calling different things. Let's see, inspector section toggles, which would mean just some toggles on and off in the inspector box, I guess. So minor tweak really in that case. And then general fixes and changes. For development version 3, that's not unexpected to have a lot of things changed and improved upon. Now weirdly, with the dev versions coming out of any program, game engine or otherwise, it tends to confuse me as far as just, does that mean version 4.5 is already out? And well, technically dev version 1 and dev version 2 are out of 4.5. The finalized version of 4.5, the version that you would expect people to actually install and use in their day-to-day business lives, is not out. Which is generally why I don't like the idea of calling things dev versions or betas, because ideally what you would want this to be is a 4.4 point something version, beta, dev version, working towards an initial release of 4.5. And when 4.5 comes out, that would be your feature lock, and all new features would be in the very first thing that had 4.5 in its name being released, and anything that was 4.5.1, 0.2, 0.3 would be completely bug fixes and not trying to add new features, where development versions are adding new features as they are being developed. But yeah, the naming scheme can be a little confusing if you don't pay attention. So here's the GitHub page for Access Kit. We're not going to go through all of GitHub ever. That would be crazy. But we can see what it describes itself as. It's an accessibility infrastructure for UI toolkits. Access Kit makes it easier to implement accessibility for screen readers and other assistive technology in toolkits that render their own user interface elements. It provides a cross-platform, cross-language abstraction over accessibility APIs, so toolkit developers only have to implement accessibility works. How it works: the heart of Access Kit is a data schema that defines all the data required to render an accessibility UI for screen readers and other assistive technologies. The schema represents a tree structure in which each node is either a single UI element or an element cluster, such as a window or document. Each node has an integer ID, a role, button, a label, text input, and a variety of optional attributes. The schema also defines actions that can be requested by assistive technologies, such as moving a keyboard focus, invoking a button, or selecting text. The schema is based largely on Chrome's cross-platform accessibility abstraction. The canonical definition of the schema is in the Rust programming language. Interesting. We chose Rust for its combination of efficiency and expressive type system. Representations of the schema in other programming languages and schema definition languages such as JSON schema or protocol buffers can be generated from the Rust code. You kind of want some pictures with this, but there probably won't be any pictures on this. Planned adaptations for Android, iOS, and web are certainly ambitious. I'm not sure how much any kind of assistive technology really exists in iOS or the web, or even Android for that matter, because of just how different all of those are. But yeah, you're not going to get any kind of screenshots. And I don't think you would find any example here either. Example code. See, they do seem to already have ways of connecting to certain operating systems. Which, yeah. So apparently Windows uses a UI automation API. macOS uses Cocoa protocol. Unix uses Unix/Linux uses the AT-SPI protocol, and then Android uses a Java-based Android accessibility API, and then WinIT is something I've never even heard of. It wraps other platform adapters for the use of the WinIT windowing library, which is something that I imagine most people wouldn't use. So you can see how a middleware API like this could be very helpful, instead of having to write your application or game to work with Windows and then rewrite totally different code to work with macOS, then rewrite completely different code to work with Unix, and rewrite completely different code with Android. If you can write it once and then use Access Kit to translate it to a different API, so it's an API connecting to other APIs as far as an advanced programmable interface, that's going to save you a lot of time, which is going to encourage more people to actually do it. Unfortunately, game developers in particular, console developers, aren't likely to really embrace this, this is really a case where something like Access Kit should have been integrated into Steam or Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo Switch software just by default as a top level thing. Required accessibility functions should be a thing. And you can see, even though Windows has a user interface automation API, that Microsoft is not pushing that into Xbox. When you see Microsoft talk about accessibility or Sony talk about accessibility, all they're really doing is connecting with a smaller charity-like organization to make controllers and sell these controllers. And that's the level of accessibility that they really are only concerned about, is can they sell something and can they get a cheap pop of news coverage by talking about something. Whereas there's a lot more people with visual issues, whether it's full blindness or just partial blindness or color blindness even, that play video games and could use and benefit screen readers. And yet there is no screen reader, as far as I know, for Sony or Xbox's infrastructure, which there could be at least a screen reader in the menus in the software that they program, if they actually cared. The phrase video games inherently does imply that it's not for people with visual problems, but the world is changing too. So yeah. Godot is continuing to, I guess, push game development as a thing, which, yeah, that is almost certainly a good thing. The more gamers we can get, the more money we can get into gaming, the more games can get made. I'm still playing all of my mobile games with Magica Modica, feeling like it is almost completely done with the main story, and it's just going to unlock a nightmare mode that's going to make me do it all over again. And it really does just feel like I'm going to hit an end point there, and then there's going to be very little that can be done as far as new things. Inherently, both Pokemon Pocket TC and Magica Modica, which I say wrong always, it's Madoka Magica, they just do a really bad job of having daily quests feel like daily quests, and just letting the player know that, hey, you're supposed to do this in just 20 minutes at most a day, and then come back 24 hours from now, which is not even true for Madoka Magica. It really wants you to come back 3 or 4 times, and is encouraging the player to just burn out on the game way more than Memento Mori, which very much dries up and tells you, hey, there's nothing more you can do today, come back in 24 hours. Whereas Pocket TCG, Pokemon Pocket TCG Pocket, kind of has the opposite problem, in that its actual daily quests are about 4 things that really would only take 4 minutes to do, and then the other things that should be daily quests are just not treated like daily quests or rewarded as such, as you should probably be playing at least 5 games against other players every day in Pocket, and they just don't really encourage that. You probably should be doing at least 1 solo game, either automated where you're not actually playing, or playing every day until you get all the solo quests done. You probably should be trading at least once every 3 days, and they don't really promote that or care about that at all. All they really care about still is very much just encouraging the player to buy booster packs and be insanely obsessed with the idea of owning a bunch of virtual Pokemon cards to just really look at them, and that's it. There really is just no desire to make it connect to the video game. And inherently, I think Pokemon TCG Pocket will eventually lose its player base and lose relevance, and Magic Emotica almost certainly will lose its player base and lose relevance as it goes. So yeah, it may not seem or sound like I did too much in the past couple days, but yeah, on top of the interesting a investigation was opened this time many years ago against Nintendo of France and Nintendo of Europe and several other Nintendo subsidiaries. That was in 2000. Anyways, what I was saying is, it may not seem like I really accomplished that much, but I actually do feel like I did accomplish a decent amount of stuff in the past 24 hours. Some of that definitely is just watching Monk, though, and perhaps I could have done something better there. I also feel like part of the problem here is that in the middle of summer, using the air conditioner, trying to use it minimally, trying to save some money, not that it really is going to matter in the long run, but I think that too makes it the dog days of summer type of experience where there's just less energy and less enthusiasm to be out and about and doing things, or up and about doing things more in my case. And that probably is also affecting my sleep schedule quite a bit too. And yeah, I think once again I'm gonna have to just decide to take a bathroom break before we even get any further. It's like basically an hour into whenever I start streaming, just sitting up for an hour, and I frankly went to the bathroom before I started streaming. So yeah, there's something about talking, drinking so much water so fast, and sitting upright just makes the perfect combination to need a break. And at some point, maybe I should just bake in a break at every hour point, no matter what. Anyways, so yeah, I'm gonna take a break and then we'll be back in about 20 minutes. So be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. As I was trying to multitask in the bathroom, I was trying to get rid of some shelf lining stickiness rubber shelf liners that had been stuck to the bottom of the drawer shelves I'm trying to work with using acetone. The shelf liners themselves I pulled off. It's just bits of the shelf liners are stuck to it. And yeah, acetone is a potent chemical, certainly, but it worked very well on the drawer liners. But weirdly, even slight drips that I accidentally had happen on the painted windowsill that I put the acetone to sit on have caused the paint to start to peel up on that windowsill. Now, inherently, there's different types of paint, obviously, that I assume I'm learning here that acetone will affect differently. One, I imagine, is more of a oil-based paint, and one is more of a latex-based paint. And if I was to guess, the paint on the windowsill is maybe an oil-based paint, and that's why I ate through it way better than what it was doing to the drawers, which it's not even touching the paint on the drawers. It's just getting rid of the rubber part. Doing a pretty good job at that, to making it very easy. And in fairness, the windowsill, like a lot of places, door jambs in particular in my house, are painted just absolutely awfully. And I would probably use citrus strip instead of acetone, but if I wasn't a good painter, which I don't believe I am, I would citrus strip all the door jambs on the windowsill in every location like that in my house and see, first and foremost, could I get it down to raw wood, at which point with the raw wood maybe I could stain it to just bring out the natural tones of the wood instead of painting it. Seal it, maybe, not even staining it. I'm not sure 100% what the difference there is, but I guess sealing might be the better move, particularly for a bathroom windowsill. But yeah, I'd like to bring out the natural tones there. I'd probably find that doesn't work, and that through a lot of work of stripping the paint off, all I'm really doing is getting down to a better foundational point to repaint it. And at some level, maybe you don't have to strip it all the way down to the bare wood. You just have to strip off the worst layers that don't have good cohesion to the rest of the surface, to then properly paint it, maybe with better paint, maybe with the proper paint, which I suspect it wasn't the proper paint. Although, frankly, I think what is going to happen is that I'm just never going to get around to actually hiring a painter or affording a painter, because, and I've seen some price quotes there, and it's kind of high. Although maybe that's for a whole house, and maybe it's not everything, but I think what I'm going to end up doing is just hanging paintings in shelves in my hallway, which is mostly what I'm looking to remodel at the moment, and then letting the paint in the walls still be bad. And at that point, I'll just take down the paintings and the shelves whenever I do get around to painting it. Which, yeah, that is a possible solution too, is to half finish a project instead of fully finishing a project, but ideally I'd want it fully finished. I think most people would. But yeah, don't play around with acetone unless you're in a well ventilated area. I would say that is a very good suggestion there. And these drawers are huge, so I'm going through a lot. I bought 16 ounces and I just for one drawer went through probably 4 ounces of it already, and I have several other drawers that still need to be worked on. And weirdly, I'm cleaning up these drawers to potentially just put them in the garage and never use them because they're kind of not helpful. Alright, well, let's get back to video game warm-up here now. I was able to correct the custom style sheet for YouTube slideshows forums. What effectively I think was the case, I can't even get the box to pop up now. Maybe I made it so that wasn't visible. But apparently what had happened there is that they had changed the labels of things. So if we open the style editor here, it was called something other than Sketchy Viewer Body before as far as a class name, and so just by changing it to the new name of Sketchy Viewer Body, that fixed it. This is changing only a little bit of code here. It's telling it to not show scroll bar and to not care or set the overflow setting, and then no bottom bar, no padding under the top bar label, and then just set the background to be blue instead, which, yeah, what that does visually is changes it from looking like this to looking like this. And inherently, the fact that it doesn't look like this by default is kind of a shame. But even in that, I have the blue background already set in this chart of mine. So I'm just matching the rest of the background so that you don't see any real problems there. Yeah, so I got the visuals working there, which means also these interstitial ones are working. I got rid of the black pixel wide, 1 pixel wide black bar that was showing up here. Although for this chart in particular, I'm still not sure if there's ever going to be anything relevant here. And yeah, my macro is now set up to try and run so that it adds more information to this chart, so it updates, but it still would be probably years before we saw any significant change. Like Football Manager 2024, for instance, you'd think that that would have dropped down by now, and it just hasn't. And yeah, Monster Hunter World is still very high up here. And there's a real question about whether Elden Ring or Monster Hunter World are really relevant games, or if this chart itself is just taking too long of a vision for anything worth talking about. It's past even like a game of the year type discussion, really, which was the thought that would be useful, but I'm questioning whether it really is. Plus, it's not a particularly pretty looking chart. I don't know why none of the pictures are loaded here, but we can reload and probably fix that. I didn't actually get anywhere as far as playing games. I'm supposedly still in the middle of doing the commentary of Blackwell Deception. But yeah, after doing the commentary of Blackwell Deception, I'll just do the last Blackwell game, which means whenever, if ever, I start getting to the point of actually scheduling games, there's going to be a long series of point-click Blackwell games in a row. Apparently I've perfected 92 games, so if I could find 8 more games to get all the achievements on, I could get up to 100. I played 1,800 41 games, or I own that many. I probably own that many, but I followed 8,151, so yeah. Follow list as it is still a problem, and this page will still fail to load. Xbox Game Studios publisher sale, right in the same time that they are putting Xbox streaming onto the Fire TV, so at least they're following what they were talking about as far as the idea of making Xbox a thing. 50% off for the new Resident Evil 4 is very much a reasonable price, I would say, unless you just want to wait forever to get to it, get around to playing it, which you kind of could do. $10 for the Halo Master Chief Collection is a very reasonable price too. But I have to really also hold myself back from just buying games at random, since there are still some games that I have that are kind of brand new that I still haven't played. Yeah, I'm still not really anywhere close to my level of content creation that I once was at. I'm still having to sleep way more, go to the bathroom way more than 10 years ago at least, and definitely just have to focus on doing other things, and also choose to do a lot of different things, a lot more streaming. Which at a certain level, I think I'm realizing that it always has been sort of a up and down system with me, where there have been points where I was super into video games, and then there's been some points where I was less into video games but not hating them, which is not a terrible system to be in, instead of just absolutely hating them and swearing them off and then coming back to them after a while, which is what the opposite option would have been. But yeah, it almost feels a little seasonal too, and that there are just sometimes when I would rather sit back and watch passive entertainment versus there are times in which I would want to play more active content. Here we can show that the page did fail to load as expected as far as my fault list. So yeah, Xbox Game Studio 50% off Flight Simulator 40th version. That's mostly positive. Still puts it at $30, but I don't think this niche game is ever really going to go down to a reasonable price. Halo Master Chief at $10, probably worth it. Be interesting to see how many people are still playing Sea of Thieves, or how many people are still playing Grounded, because these games may very well have lost their relevancy. I don't think this at $25 is really worth it. And frankly, this is like the first time that this game has even been really promoted and pushed, and it still is way at the bottom of this list. Perfect Dark, also apparently coming soon. If the game doesn't want to, if the website doesn't want to glitch out. But yeah, we are in weird situations, certainly, and we'll talk about that more here in just a second. Yeah, you're still getting good numbers as far as Grounded, which, yeah, Grounded Fully Yoked Edition is apparently now the version that they're up to. Patch 1.4.7. Yeah, I have no real reason also to mark old games with my checkbox. We will only do that for new games. and eventually I think I probably will end up searching not by the key name of last visited, but by the actual date. I'll type in something like 2024, and then any key that has 2024, any value of 2024 would show up in the local storage editor extension. And so then I'll just full swath delete all of the checkmark local storage cookies for anything from 2024. Although in fairness, it's probably not the best way to go about it, because I wouldn't actually be looking at the games. But that would be an easy way to fix it, certainly. It'd probably be smarter to go through every game that would have come out in 2024 first, and then see if there's a local storage. Now inherently, if I am looking at the fault list and cleaning up the fault list and there's a checkbox, I'm going to have to manually uncheck it and unfollow it, but that's not going to happen very often. Sea of Thieves also still has 5,000 players, but it's online PvP only, so it's still not something I would ever really engage with. Okay, so we're into this weird point, and there's a factor I really hadn't discussed or considered too much, but it is probably a factor that does need to be discussed, in that there almost certainly are a lot of parents out there that are just looking for something simple, and the Steam Deck may very well just feel like it's not simple enough compared to a Nintendo Switch. And yeah, they may not inherently be full-on Nintendo fanboys, just in love of Nintendo, but they may very well be locked into the mentality that Nintendo games are safe and simple and easy to figure out, whereas a Steam Deck is any game on Steam, which is a much bigger combination. And so with that, the apples and oranges comparison of the Steam Deck gets even further separated compared to a Switch 2. But yeah, there is definitely another factor there to consider. There also may very well be people who just don't like even Windows, like the Apple fanboy parents out there in particular are going to be more interested in doing Apple Arcade or the Switch, because they don't want to have to ever have Steam or Windows computer that has Windows installed, and they don't want to deal with Linux either. They want things that are super simple and handed to them, and the things that they are just used to. Now, there is a high chance that that'll come in generations, and one generation will not want Apple phones because their parents have Apple phones, and then the next generation will want Apple phones because their parents had non-Apple phones. But yeah, it is an extremely complicated situation right now, only getting further complicated by the pricing. As we see here, refurbed Steam Decks are hard to come by. They have popped up a few times in the past month of actually being in stock, and you could buy brand new Steam Decks, but then they'd be fairly expensive. Although in fairness, a 512 OLED, which is brand new, is going to be about $550, which felt like a decent price. Although it's still $100 than the Switch 2, but you'll save $100 almost certainly on games. It didn't feel like as good of an offering though, compared to what Best Buy was listing the Lenovo Legion Go S Steam version as. And I say was here Let's see. We can find the Best Buy listing here. And this will be a news story we talk about, but I want to talk about it here. This was originally selling for this $599, but I think they bumped it up to $899 at one point. And so the price is being guessed at and I guess part of the thing here is $599 for this deal, which we'll just say that's the new price, is a decent price for this, since you're getting a couple of years better technology than the Steam Deck. You're not getting the touchpads, you're getting a more traditional layout. We don't know how it's really going to work when it actually comes out. It'd be nice to wait for reviews, but you may very well not have that opportunity. With 16 gigabytes of RAM. That being said, I think there is a 32 gigabyte RAM. Let's see if I can just type in SteamOS. 32 gigabytes of RAM. Which, yeah, this would be the more recommended build. And it really is about the RAM more than it's the 1 terabyte of space. But going from $600 to $830 is a bump up, and they have just bumped up the price quite a bit here. Which I wouldn't be surprised if we find that this version with the 32 gigabytes of RAM and 1 terabyte SSD is way more abundant and available than the 16 gigabytes. Now, noticeably, you're not really going to be multitasking with a Steam Deck like device, SteamOS device like this anyway, so it's not that you want 32 gigabytes of RAM because you're going to be multitasking or opening thousands of tabs in Firefox or something, or Chromium. It's just because of gaming. Gaming too is still going to be very demanding on that. And I don't know if this is shared gigabytes with your RAM or not, so that's something more that you'd want to research as far as, do you have a video card, video RAM in that, or are you sharing that 32 gigs? Because if you're sharing that 32 gigs in particular, that's the way of the future, certainly. The speed is good. 32 gigabytes at 7500 megahertz is very, very good speed. PCI Express Gen 4 for the 1 terabyte is good speed. Yeah. But they don't talk about any video card. It says it has integrated RDNA graphics, so yeah. I would have to assume that the 32 gigabytes are there. I've seen some controllers, third-party controllers, on sale right now too. It probably wouldn't be a terrible time to buy third-party Switch 1 controllers, third-party controllers in general. Those are going to be less affected by any trade wars and tariffs. And I suppose you could, once you can actually pre-order this, but you can't right now, you could potentially get into a financing situation, and as long as you make the payments of $70 a month for a year, you can break it down there. But most people, frankly, they can't afford $800 up front, also really can't afford $70 a month either. So Yeah. Keep that in mind. So what, to make a long statement short, we can see here Oblivion Remastered is in the #1 spot for the Steam Deck players now. The Steam Deck, particularly the refurbished Steam Deck, is back on the table as a viable option if you're looking for your prices to be as low as possible, particularly the 256 LCD version refurbed of the Steam Deck for your cheapest option that is still really an option. If you're looking for something decent but maybe a little limited on RAM, $550 was it? For the 16 gigabyte Lenovo is definitely something to consider, although most people should wait for reviews because Lenovo could really just screw it up terribly. Could just be that the controls and buttons are awful. It could be that the interface is awful. It could be that for some reason SteamOS runs way worse than it does on the Steam Deck with the Lenovo's Legion Go S's. There's a lot of possibility for failure there. But assuming none of that happens, then I'd say the Lenovo Legion Go S, whether the 32 gigabyte one is overpriced, but it's going to give you the best bang for your the best performance. Maybe not the best bang for your buck. Here you have one that's not even rated being played quite a bit. As far as, in fact, there's actually a few games here that just say they're completely unplayable or haven't been rated. This one hasn't been rated. This one says it's not playable at all, and yet it's still being played quite a bit on the Steam Deck. I guess inherently, if we have games that, as far as compatibility with the Steam Deck, is unsupported, then that might mean Valve's ProtonDB is just better than they think it is, or that a lot of people are running these games through desktop mode and making them work anyways, or doing some kind of tricks. I wouldn't be surprised if Ghost of Tsushima here is very playable on the Steam Deck, but it requires a pop-up of the PlayStation Network login that makes it not work out of the box, and you have to put some kind of launch command into it. Alright, well, between breaks and rambling, we don't even get to the video game news until an hour and 46 minutes into it, so I'm not even being accurate at this point by saying we'll do some warm-up for about an hour. Which, yeah, I still have a slight desire to potentially see if there is some way to do the warm-up out of order. Like, do it, but record it just as a recording and not go live until we get to this point, then go live from this point, and then attach the recording at the end. So you would go live, then you'd go pre-recorded for the last hour of a stream. But yeah, some TV stations do things like that. If you have like a 3-hour news broadcast or something, first 2 hours might be live, and then the last hour might be the first hour, might be pre-recorded stuff. Alright, well, let's go through the Video Games Chronicle news. Again, my macro worked to some extent. I guess I could probably reload this, and there might be several new news stories. Yeah. No, really only one new news story. We'll talk about it on Monday. Oblivion has cleared 4 million players and shattered the Elder Scrolls Steam record. Which, maybe makes an argument that Oblivion was way more in demand than all of those Skyrim re-releases. Less than 3% of Japanese players trying to pre-order the Switch 2 went the region-free version, survey suggests. Nintendo selling a cheaper region-locked Switch 2 model in Japan, and almost certainly that is sending the message to Nintendo that they could embrace region locking, at least in Japan, which would probably mean they might embrace region locking in other countries too. And yeah, we may see a return of region locking for many types of things with current trade war effects, where all of a sudden to get the region free version is to buy the United States version and is to pay through the nose, where there might very well be Asian versions that are much cheaper as a region. There may be even European versions that are much cheaper as a version, and it may be that everything in the United States in particular, anything region free, is going to be way more expensive. But inherently, the other message to take from this, which is that the region-free version of the Switch 2 is just overpriced, is likely a message Nintendo will refuse to hear whatsoever. Let's see, the Switch 2 will be the biggest console launch in history, an analyst predicts. That is assuming that there are actually units in store, and frankly, I question that when there's already a big push to try and pre-order things and a big amount of failure to pre-order things. It does seem to me like there's a decent chance that a lot of people will try to get a Switch 2, fail after a day or two at most of looking around online or going into stores, and then just say, well, they're all sold out, and then that is that. What people forget is that in the massive demand for the Wii, there definitely were people who could not get Wiis for like that Christmas season and for 6 months, and then it took them a while to eventually bother to get one after that, although the demand was still very high. It might be that the Switch 2 is in such short supply throughout its entire launch 6 weeks or 6 months, even that whole launch window, that so few people will play the game, so few games will come out, the demand might just dry up. Like Mario Kart in particular could easily fail if only one kid in a school of 1,000 has a copy of Mario Kart and a Switch 2. Yeah, because sure, kids will come over and play a couple times, but eventually it won't be enough. EA's Skate won't be playable offline as a 2025 early access launch is reaffirmed, which, okay, that seems crazy as to why you would need to be online to play a skating game. And I don't have anything more to say about that, I guess. Split Fiction is getting a film adaptation starring Sydney Sweeney and directed by the Wicked's director, who they don't bother to name. The screenwriters of Deadpool and Wolverine are also working on the script, which, okay. I would say there is almost certainly a huge danger in making a film adaptation of Split Fiction, and it is going to be a overpriced, over-budgeted action fantasy, sci-fi fantasy movie, and it's just going to have a ton of CGI and a ton of extra costs there. Although maybe CGI has really hit the point where it's not actually that expensive, so maybe they can just get 2 actors into a green screen room and shoot all of the shots in the green screen room, and maybe that would save some budget there. As for what the actual story is, I don't think it's that big of a story even, so Yeah. It could be that the movie is telling the exact story that's in the game. It could be that the movie tells a very different story from what's in the game. But I don't expect it to be that impactful. I mean, the general conceit is that there's a bad guy running this company that puts writers in VR, and the writers think they're going in VR to help finish their creative endeavors to write, in this case, sci-fi and fantasy stories, and in reality the bad guy is just stealing the stories from them. Which, yeah, that's a fairly generic premise. I don't know if there were any more twists or turns when playing the game, because I couldn't play the game because the game requires 2 players. Which, yeah, maybe that is inherently one thing that might help the film, is that it will be great for people who have heard a lot about this game but couldn't actually play it themselves because they have no friends, or at least they have no gamer friends. IGN and Eurogamer owner is Ziff Davis. I'm not sure if Ziff Davis always owned Eurogamer and IGN, but they are suing OpenAI for content theft, the publisher, which also owns GI.biz, I assume that's GameIndustry.biz, and Rock Paper Shotgun claims that OpenAI used its content to train ChatGPT. I think we will probably see more and more of these lawsuits, and it's inappropriate to shorten GameIndustry.biz to GI.biz, which is not really their URL or name. If anything, this is kind of the collection of pretty awful mainstream video game journalist sites. Like, none of these sources I could tolerate for their postings. Often they're heavily SJWE postings and just annoying, repetitive postings. Also, I think, like most mainstream video game journalist sites, I'm pretty sure there's been some stories of a lot of these companies laying off people quite a bit and trying to go with more AI style generated stories, or just listicles, things that are of very little value and that are super cheap to put out there. None of these sites have been great about having any breaking news or editorials or interviews. But yeah, there's even more websites. The Hookshot operates Nintendo Live, Push Square, Pure Xbox, and Time Extension. I don't even recognize any of those. But yeah, I imagine every single website is going to try and sue OpenAI, particularly if precedents get set or settlements get made saying that OpenAI and most AIs stole content to train their bots, which at a certain point you put it on the internet for free, so maybe you invited it and didn't have enough security. But then the idea of running a website and forcing people to log in and agree to terms is also something that would be new as a concept, is that you would agree to terms as far as terms of use. Not that new, really. Most websites have pop-ups that ask you to agree to some kind of terms. Weirdly, that is the kind of story that I'm not sure how much of that really is going to affect gamers, because I don't feel like gamers should be going to those mainstream video game news sites anyways, as they don't help promote the actual activity of gaming too much. Moving on, Resident Evil 4 Remake is the fastest in the series to reach 10 million sales. Capcom says RE7 and RE2 Remake have also both passed 15 million. Which, okay. Yeah, that's not super surprising. RE4 is, I think, the Resident Evil that most people want, and the Resident Evil that most people have nostalgia for. They still are very much painted into a corner as far as, can they remake something that is called RE5, or are they just stuck in the water now, having to make a new Resident Evil game, and that's it. There is some talk of them trying to remake RE1 again, which, yes, you could probably remake RE1, but you can't remake 2 again for a third time. That wouldn't make any sense. Nobody would buy that. And all the little controversies around Resident Evil 4 Remake, also not really talked about. Nobody really cared, and nobody really talked about changes on how Ashley was dressed, or how Leon looked, or how the game played, or any little change here and there. But yeah, there's definitely a feeling that is growing inside me that some of these rage bait conversations are purely made up, really, in reality. Or they're being had by such a small community and such a small group of people that it just doesn't matter. And I would throw Reddit into that group too, is that there may very well just be conversations happening on Reddit that are video game related, that have no real relevancy to what actual gamers think or care about. And perhaps we are hitting a point where having something to talk about is not good enough a reason to talk about things when there isn't really a concern. And inherently, even as a person who is anti-censorship, when you're remaking a game, you're already artistically making different decisions and changing things. So the original version of Resident Evil 4 in its many iterations is still fairly accessible for most people if you want that original version. And it wasn't really a big factor whether Ashley was in a skirt or whether she was in pants, or I think she's still in the skirt. I think they just lengthened the skirt somewhat in the remake. It would be a much bigger difference, certainly, if it was a major factor in the game. If Ashley being in a skirt was the sales pitch, was the idea of her being in a shorter skirt. It wasn't really that short in the first place. If all of a sudden that got changed, that'd be weird. More of a thing. And maybe that is just an example of even me being worn down by just the constant censorship in one direction, and no progress really being made to be anti-censorship. So maybe I'm just getting to be an old man and losing the fight. Moving on, Remedy's FBC Firebreak gets a release date and will be on Xbox Game Pass and PlayStation Plus on day one. This is, again, I believe the multiplayer spin-off of the Control series. And I clicked on that Steam link thinking it would take me to the game page, but it didn't. Which I was about to complain that I'm noticing that there aren't any Steam links that were opened for games from Video Games Chronicles, but that tends to be the case, actually. It's that there tends not to actually be any links in Video Games Chronicles to the game. It's usually Gamatsu that does that, but yeah, it could be my curation code broke. Yeah, and it is just going to be weeks and weeks and weeks of just debugging, I think, until I get this macro working perfectly, and hopefully then nothing changes to make it stop working perfectly. Yeah, I'm putting in the effort to hopefully save effort in the long run, which is questionable whether I really am going to do that, save any time or effort anyways. But yeah, there definitely is another side of me in my mind to say, hey, quit messing with the macros, quit messing with YouTube content at all, quit playing video games, just clean and declutter the house. And that side of me I'm just thoroughly rejecting, as that will drive me crazy, frankly. And yeah, it would make me very miserable very quickly, and then I would just give up on cleaning and decluttering and say screw it. Yeah, it would be a depression spiral almost certainly. It's just like, oh, you've given up everything that you find entertaining or fun or that make you happy in any way so that you can clean a house which you don't find particularly rewarding, which you won't actually even succeed at in a short amount of time, so you won't get that satisfaction dopamine hit of having even small successes. So then you're just gonna feel worse and worse and worse and worse. And that is a danger for any project, so is that don't set yourself up for failure. Try to find those dopamine hits of small victories as much as possible, and try and break up big tasks into much smaller tasks. Anyways, we were talking about video games. EA Sports College Football 26 release date and Madden NFL 26 release date both confirmed. Neither game has been confirmed for the Switch 2 yet, however. Which, yeah, you'd kind of assume some version of the game might come to the Switch 2. It is also interesting here now how we have in parallel both college football and Madden NFL League. And yeah, definitely it's two different cover arts here. You have a big flag with 26 here with just somebody flying it, and this looks like this is probably an arena full of people in the background, where Madden here is just like this almost robotic high technology face mask of a helmet being shown. It's almost college, like this is the dark sci-fi future and this is the bright colorful future. I wouldn't be surprised if EA is actively trying to get more people to play the college football game, because it probably costs a lot less to license than the NFL license does. Although EA probably would never give up the NFL license if they can avoid it, and they would just continue to make worse and worse, cheaper and cheaper games while focusing all of their efforts on making college football more popular. Yeah, I question how popular football is going to be in general in 10 years in the United States or anywhere. The next Pokemon TCG Pocket Set will add Sun and Moon favorites. Celestial Guardians will introduce Sol, Galileo, Lunala, and other Sun and Moon favorites. So I kind of question if maybe these expansions are not based off of real world card pack expansions. That might be the case. That may have always been the case, really, but it definitely didn't think that that was the case. What I was thinking they were doing, and it's coming April 30th, so we have 4 more days. What I was thinking they were doing is that they were taking card expansions that came out in the real world that were relatively newer, and that they were going to slowly introduce some of the older expansions so that they might go a new expansion, old expansion, new expansion, old expansion. But it honestly doesn't feel like that's the case. It feels like there probably are hundreds if not thousands of cards that are just never going to be released in Pokemon TCG Pocket at all, because they're just going to be too old and not that playable. Although, in fairness, Sun and Moon cards would be fairly old too, as far as where the anime series went. But yeah. So yeah, Pokemon TCG Pocket seems like it's still gonna go. I would assume some of these cards might change up the meta a little bit, and they'll give you some new single player stuff to play and some new cards to collect and new quests to achieve as far as collecting cards. But at the end of the day, they still need a major overhaul in their focus, at least, to get more people to play ranked play, which I'm not going to get anywhere in that ranked play, which I assume the rank is going to end around April 30th too. But yeah, they're still not really pushing people to play ranked play, still not really giving enough currency to open enough card packs to actually be super excited about it. The card trading aspect is still a nightmare that makes no sense at all. I have over 3,500 cards, and you'd think I would be very happy about that. And even when I had only like a couple hundred cards, it was probably about 40 cards too many. Even then, it's just like, it's way too many cards. You're never going to play them all. Many of the cards are just visual changes or slight effect changes of the same Pokemon over and over again. There's probably 4 or 5 different types of Pikachus out there that all do just about the same stuff. There is a power creep factor that is very noticeable with the newer cards, making the older cards not playable. Like, you really wouldn't want to play the newest version of the oldest version of Pikachu versus a Pikachu EX. And they're really only releasing EX cards at this point, and on top of EX there's like 3 other expansions that of types of cards. You can see a lot of these cards are not even being labeled as EX versions. So even in the real world card game, they had a real hard time figuring out how to make new cards. Which, that's another problem with Magic and Modica, is that they're having a real hard time figuring out how to release new characters. And so they are just releasing like younger versions of the same characters. Twice now they've done that. Or alternate versions of the same characters, which is basically all they can do. I did have a thought, certainly, though, that there is definitely a case here where some of the 90s anime that I watched may have had new volumes released. Neon Genesis Evangelion movies, for instance, is a great example of that. I haven't actually sat through any of those movies. So watching those tells almost certainly a different story and continues the story of the original Neon Genesis Evangelion TV show, or the original movies that followed that. So yeah, there could be a whole happy ending added on to something like Modica Magica in a 3rd movie that I just didn't see, which there would be a weird tragedy in that, certainly, is if I watched a bunch of things that had kind of sad, depressing endings, not particularly cliffhanger endings, but just like sad, depressing endings, and then the writers and creators of those things got a little bit happier in their lives, and 10 years later put out a happy ending to it. Although certainly maybe that's also kind of a betrayal of the themes, if that's what happened, and I think that is kind of what happens in Neon Genesis Evangelion's final movie, is that you have a very very much different ending than what you have at the end of the movie, or the end of Evangelion movie. Although in fairness, I think you kind of have a happy ending at the end of the TV series too, so he definitely went back and forth in that one. But yeah, I guess at some point you could read the Bible up until the execution of Jesus, and then not read the next chapter where he's resurrected, and you certainly would get a different ending to the story if you just stopped there. Anyways, we're supposed to be talking about video games. Several PlayStation exclusives are leaving PlayStation Plus on PS5 soon. 2 exclusive PS3 classics are being removed from the service, which inherently means, I guess, they are not playable anywhere at that point. Which, that is certainly moving backwards, if that's the case. There's quite a few leaving here overall, but I imagine most of these, like Journey to the Savage Planet, can be played somewhere else. Lego the Movie video game, so it can be played somewhere else. But yeah, Resistance Fault Man, I imagine, can't be played anywhere else. And Infamous Second Son can't be played anywhere else. Yeah. And at a certain point, the question really has to be asked, how many times can Sony do something that is anti-consumer and get away with it? I mean, they've done a lot, and they still seem to get away with it quite a bit. I think it would be a very poor outcome if the Switch 2 is just out of stock and we see bumps in PlayStation because of that, or if we see bumps in PlayStation sales at all. Sony needs to frankly die, in my opinion, as a company. It's just well past the point where it can be forgiven and should be forgiven. Not saying Xbox is perfect, not saying Nintendo is perfect, not gonna even say Valve is perfect, but Sony has just dropped the ball as far as even trying to care about its consumers, and as far as developing games, keeping games available, having second-party developers or third-party developers focused on making games for the PlayStation. Moving on, the Discord founder has stepped down as CEO and is going to be replaced by the former Activision Blizzard vice chairman, Jason Citron, who will make way for Humam Sakhnini next week. So, weirdly, it seems like somebody is being replaced for literally a week as the CEO. Can you not have a CEO for even a week? Maybe you can't. So there's all kinds of red flags you could certainly derive from this. Just a CEO stepping down in the first place. Them being replaced by an Activision Blizzard employee at all. But also the vice chairman of Activision Blizzard, which almost certainly means he was probably one of the upper management cronies that was empowering and keeping in charge Bobby Kotick, and then this guy seemingly moving out of the way for another person the next week. Seems like a lot of red flags. Discord is a weird one in particular. I have been trying to use Discord more in the past couple of weeks and learn more about it and just build out my own personal Discord a lot more, but it still feels like a very odd messaging service. But it is probably a little bit better than trying to do anything through YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or something like that. Discord's concepts of different channels makes a lot of sense, where it is kind of like Google Rings almost, or Google Circles. So yeah, there is a desire for Discord to succeed and be useful, but also there is, I think, just a lack of people that actually are going to get on the Discord. Yeah, and I couldn't really see myself ever, even if I became super popular on YouTube, I couldn't see myself just pushing people to a Discord chat altogether, when it would kind of make more sense to push people towards a Patreon website to support financially, or to have chat mostly just on YouTube itself, assuming that's where I was creating content still, if I was very successful, which certainly is a big assumption, because if I was going to be successful, moving to another service might be a big way of that. Speaking of other services, apparently P. Diddy tried to stream on Twitch and got banned in just a couple of minutes. So there's something to take, certainly, from that. So Jason Citron, who founded and launched Discord 10 years ago, announced that on April 28th, Humam Sakhnini will be replacing him as CEO. Humam Sakhnini was previously the chief strategy officer at Activision Blizzard, working on series such as World of Warcraft and Call of Duty. So where's Jason? Oh, I misread this whole headline. See, so this is not 3 people being involved. This is 2 sentences. The first one's a sentence that says that the CEO is stepping down and being replaced by the vice chairman. The second sentence is saying this is the CEO and this is the Activision Blizzard vice chairman, which that makes a lot more sense. Still some red flags though. But then also I would have to be fairly cautious in saying that there's any huge evidence of reason to be concerned, because Discord as a company and as a product is very much different from what Activision Blizzard would have created anyway, so it's very possible Humam Sakhnini will do a great job. In fact, one can only hope that he does a great job, because there is definitely something missing from Discord in that there is no suggested Discord channels function, where I think a lot of people might appreciate getting some suggestions here and there, or finding ways to better connect to people here and there throughout Discord. And certainly I have a question about how many Discords can you really follow and be a part of that you will actually pay attention to, versus an algorithmic response where you only see an occasional post from somebody's Discord. Discord really does not replace Twitter. It really does not replace Facebook. It doesn't replace Instagram or TikTok. It doesn't really replace Reddit. Reddit is the closest thing it could replace, but not really. Let's see. EA Sports FC 25 gets the series' first ever paid battle pass. The premium season pass will run concurrently with a free version. So EA looking into even more ways to monetize. And then here we have Obsidian, actual Obsidian, or at least the Fallout 3 designer, shooting down the idea of a Fallout 3 remaster. Fallout 3 would need modernized gunplay that doesn't hold up. it would need to modernize gunplay that doesn't hold up, the Fallout 3 designer says. Fallout 3 Remastered was revealed in court documents alongside Oblivion Remastered, so the designer is effectively shooting down that is still being developed, when it almost certainly is at least being developed in an experimental fashion, if not in an actual, we are actually going to make it fashion. And I would have to say I completely disagree with the Fallout 3 designer on this. I think people who played Fallout 3 are happy to experience the terrible gunplay that is in Fallout 3 as it is, and that the over-focused element of VATS is just a major element of Fallout 3. And if anything, I think you lost a small bit of the Fallout spirit and soul in Fallout 4 as VATS became less of a thing and you really could just in real time shoot people. Inherently, the gameplay loop of Fallout 3 is more about exploration and searching and talking to people, whereas the gameplay loop in Fallout 4 is a little bit more about shooting people. And so there probably is a little bit more enemies in Fallout 4 and a lot more gameplay in Fallout 4. But I think people would be more than happy with just a visual remaster of Fallout 3 with not changing any of the gameplay mechanics at all. I feel like they did kind of, when you think about like Fallout New Vegas, people are more than happy to still play Fallout New Vegas, and Fallout New Vegas's gunplay mechanics are pretty much exactly the same as Fallout 3's. There are more guns and more modded guns, and perhaps too much of a focus on guns in Fallout New Vegas, but it's still mostly a case that you want to go in the VATS every time you're going to shoot something. So yeah, this seems like kind of a lame excuse to me. Alright, and so that's going to bring us to the Gematsu articles, which, yeah, I am noticing now, it doesn't look like any of the Gematsu articles have any tabs open at the moment. So my curation code I may have changed, and what I was doing a lot was I was changing the code to, instead of throwing an error, to check to see if the links are good before trying to open the links. And as such, if the links are bad all the time, it won't throw an error, it just won't do what I want it to do, which is the ultimate error that's non-logged, as the program doesn't do what you expect it to do. Anyways, the story here is they have the English voice cast announced with some quality of life changes and combat videos. Yeah. So this one's on the fall list, and this is one I'll keep on the fall list. Inherently, I think what we are going to do is leave things on the fall list and not try and toggle things to the cookies, the local storage cookies, the new version of cookies, unless I absolutely just know I'm not gonna play the game, which may be the case. Instead, it seems to have opened a link to this, which is an Xbox Series link. Now, why would that have been opened? I don't know. Part of this page crashed. Submit report. Interesting. Amanda the Adventurer has been announced for PC. And let's see if that has a Steam link. Here's a good question as far as, is this really a game I would want to play ever? Or could I just immediately put it with the checkboxes instead? I think I'm going to still be probably way too generous, which is certainly going to be a case of where a case where my fall list is not going to get any smaller. So I'm just going to be way too generous on these. Tainted Guardian, all of Avalon. And you can see where the difference here is that this game came out on March 20th, 2023. It's been in my fall list probably ever since that for what is now approaching 2 years, and it is finally close to being released. And so had I made the code a couple years ago, then this would have a date from a couple years ago and say, hey, the last time you looked at this game was a couple years ago. So you would be very valid in making a new YouTube short around it. Versus making a YouTube short around it a month after its first announcement, which is what I'm trying to avoid doing, particularly since my YouTube shorts don't tend to come out that fast. Glacier launches in Q3 of 2025. Yeah. Which, yeah, you'd think that this would be on the fall list. So again, I'm going to let my macro click the checkboxes, not me. So I will make a YouTube short on this, and then it will just click the checkboxes. And in the case of this one, it will also click this checkbox, and as such, it will always do that. One of the things I did here is give this an ID of last visited so that my macros using UI Vision can find the checkbox always. If I didn't apply an ID, it would be much more difficult to find it. Breakout 3 launches August 8th. Which, okay. Here's an exact example. I have no idea when I put this on the fall list. So this could have been 6 months ago, or it could have been just a week ago. The side-scrolling puzzle platformer Cato Buttered Cat is coming to the PS5 and Switch on May 1st. It's currently available on Steam already. I'm going to keep this to try and remind myself to work on my macro some more. And this is an example of something that's just rated very positively, so unless there's some reason I saw I would never play this, I will just put this on the wish list to take it off the fall list. But even in that case, this is a game that deserves probably another YouTube short, just because it's overwhelmingly positive and coming to new consoles. So I wouldn't really have the information I need to determine whether I should make a short or not, so I have to just assume I should and go with that. Urban Legend Hunters 2 Double, now available worldwide. This is weird because it looks like it's full motion video in an animated background, which we haven't seen a game like that in a very long time. Looks like it is mostly, though, a cell phone game. Yeah, I just don't think I could even care enough to make a YouTube short around a game like that. Infinity Nikki version 1.5 update Bubble Season launches April 29th. Which I still feel like it's very weird that it's a seasonal game, but it's just kind of constantly being updated. Weirdly though, by the time it actually comes to PC, assuming it does come to PC, it's going to be either very far behind from the mobile versions, or it is going to be some kind of like final deluxe edition of the game. Yeah. And I definitely don't think I can make a YouTube short on something getting updated when at least the English version of this game is still not even available on Steam. Nitro Express launches May 19th. There's the Steam link. Side-scrolling shoot 'em up game. Yeah, the half top are those called crop tops that girls wear. It's kind of weird guys never wear something like that, but I guess if guys are going to go half shirtless, they might as well just go full shirtless. There's a lack of fashion, I guess, in guys in general. But yeah, it's weird that the comparison closest bit of top shirt like that is basically just a white t-shirt thing. Moving on back to video games, Outrider Mako launches June 23rd. And you can see how my macro really needs to kick in, because I am spending a lot of extra time clicking and opening pages. Playism and Level 374 announced the first-person dream simulator Nidana. I assume this is not the game where you're shooting clouds. Nope, it does not look like that game. Kaiju number 8, the game's second trailer is now available. Kaiju as a description is to my understanding, general description of monsters. I don't think it belongs to any specific series, and as such I don't think there's a number 8 series either. It's kind of interesting in the character design, in that you have these characters in their armored battle suits, but then they all seem to be tried to design to look a little bit older, like more in their 40s or 30s than you normally would see with a Japanese game. So yeah, it's going to have a slightly different look to it, but it also definitely feels like just your standard mobile game. It very possibly will be full of in-app purchases. So yeah, there's a global hit anime from Shonen Jump Plus Sensation called I guess that's Shonen Jump Plus, which I imagine is a different magazine than Shonen Jump. So Kaiju number 8. I guess the name maybe sounds a little bit familiar, but for all I know, this is a sensation that was from 10 years ago too. So yeah, we definitely have seen some of that happen, where old animes are just now getting video games based off of them. Genshin Impact version 5.6 update launches May 7th. Don't think Genshin Impact is on Steam. Even if it is, it's once again a game that's just constantly being updated. So I just could never see really spending the time playing a game like that. There definitely are a lot of games that are just asking too big of commitments on day one. And, yeah. I can't think of a single content creator who has actually succeeded in playing any games that do just kind of have that constant update requirement that's happening there. And for Gamatsu, this is the smartphone link. So for some reason smartphones got clicked on as a link instead of Steam. Weird. Yeah. I was trying to change the code to very specifically always only go to links that end up on Steam as a storefront, and to not click on any links that don't end up on Steam, because there is this weird disconnect between an HTML, between the text that you can click on a link and where it goes. Which, if there was one thing I would go back and change in HTML and say, hey, this must always be the case, is that there must always be a link where the text and the link are the same thing, which would make websites look a lot uglier with these long URL links to them, but it would at least guarantee some safety as far as you know where you're going. And then maybe there's a better compromised way of doing that. Eventually browsers got to the point where if you hovered over the link, it would tell you where it's going in like the lower corner, but that's kind of it. There's just this pop-up box in the lower left hand corner that tells you where the link is going for Firefox. Doom 4, or Doom the Dark Ages, is putting out more trailers and promos. Why it's crashing the video, I don't know. Claire Obscure Expedition 33 sales topped 500,000. Let's see. The sales numbers alone don't justify making a new YouTube short. Which inherently means looking at the news now has just really boiled down to the idea of YouTube shorts and what is going to be made into a YouTube short and what isn't, which inherently at some point my interest in the actual news is eroded to almost nothing. Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma and Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar digital pre-orders are now available with new trailers. Interesting to have an announcement for 2 games in such a way. FBC Firebreak launches June 17th. This now has a release date, but it is going to be an online co-op game, and it is going to be a game I am almost certainly not going to play, so one thing I can do is take that off the pull list at least and start to use the actual checkboxes. Street Fighter 6 DLC character Elena gameplay trailer and screenshots. I feel like we'd already seen her trailer and screenshots though. Maybe they have new gameplay trailer and screenshots. Again, no good reason why the videos are all crashed like that. Let's see. Memories off. Fan Disc Historia for PS4 and Switch launches July 24th in Japan. Imagine it is not going to come to the West. The Fan Disc Historia was first released for Switch as part of the Memories Off So, Sao Sao, not always true, super limited edition. So yeah, it seems like it's a collection. I do think the Memories Off visual novel series does have some relevancy, but may not be coming to Steam or may not be available in Steam. Maybe some of the games are, maybe not all of them. Double Dragon Revive enemy character trailers are available, and certainly they're trying to catch your attention with this image, although they're doing a kind of bad job in that you have a lady in leather with a whip, and the whip seems to be like attached and glued to what would be gloves, boxing gloves, or restraining gloves that a dominatrix wouldn't particularly wear to prevent her from using her hands. A subordinate might wear these kinds of gloves to restrict their ability. And then it's going up her arm quite a bit. Nope. The whip is not in gloves. These are shoes of the character behind. The whip is going into a tattooed hand, or a lace wearing hand of the lady, and then her arm is here just almost behind her back, going up to this point, and then to the cleavage and the hairstyle. And so yeah, you just have in the background flesh tones and black leather being shown, really confusing the image as to what you're seeing. But yeah, the move here would have to simply not had this image in the background, which seems to be basically the same image of this lady duplicated with perhaps some more lace elements to it. So yeah, we have an English and Japanese version. Which should we pick? I guess for YouTube family friendliness reasons, if there is any censorship, will probably happen in the English version. So yeah, these may not be particularly different enemies from what was in the original Double Dragons, but the original Double Dragon games would have been like 16-bit, 2-bit pixely sprites. It feels more like you're actually controlling these bad guys though, whereas I would have thought they would have just been showing off bosses and sub-bosses in the whole fight. And maybe that is what they're showing. Linda here is very much over the top. Like the thorn tattoos. It's a little too much. Which I think maybe that is the thought in general, is that the characters' designs are different and thus people are not super happy with the difference changes here, but then also just maybe a little over the top and not easy to read visually and not really great. So yeah, you would think the trailer like this would make it make sense. You would be able to figure out if these are bosses you're fighting or if these are playable characters, and it feels like maybe you will be able to play as these characters after a first playthrough, although this bad guy seems to be a little overpowered. And if that's all of the bosses in the game, it's not going to be a particularly long game. So yeah, inherently I think you're in a weird position anyways, because I just question whether you actually are going to have a fandom that even cares about Double Dragon anymore. And I'm not sure you're going to have a fandom that cares about this new Double Dragon. At a certain point, some games I think just have to be left in the past. I was watching a YouTube video talking about how they tried to make a mobile sequel to Commander Keen, and then they gave up on that very quickly, where you didn't even play as Commander Keen, but as kids instead. Yeah, if you were to try to make a new Commander Keen game today, it would be very weird. You would probably want to just bring back the character Commander Keen and make him look as close to you could as the original Commander Keen, and then put him in much more of a Mario Odyssey style game instead of a collect-a-thon platforming game of the time. Again, yeah, so clearly my macro is just clicking on something, but it's clicking on the wrong things. And I don't know how that is happening. Let's see, Road 59, A Yakuza's Last Stand, launches September 25th. Was this a visual novel? From the looks of it, it is. I can't help but wonder if the effect of having the Yakuza in Japan also has led to Japan's current low birth rate situation. I don't know how that would be the case, but I can't help but wonder. If things were a little bit different, maybe a lot of things would be different. Let's see. Q-Rate announces its 2025 to 2026 lineup with several different named games here. All look like they're anime girl themed. Let's see. Magical Kirito Ikuno-chan coming to Switch and PC. Fantasita Asuka coming to Switch and PC. Tokyo Walker coming to Switch and PC. Splash Girls as a tentative title coming to Switch and PC. Ibiriki Bunny Garden coming to Switch and PC. Bunny Garden new title, tentative title. So that might very well be a great example of how a lot of these Japanese companies really see it as Switch and PC is the only place to go as far as making games, particularly if you're going to make more lewd style, let's face it, somewhat garbage games. In an anime style, and even in that, Steam isn't super happy about that. That first game they showed, for instance, looks basically like Pac-Man with a girl with big boobs. This looks like a soccer game with a girl who sometimes flashes a bra. So they clearly have a target audience here that they're trying to target. That one seemed to be perhaps more serious, but didn't show any gameplay. And yeah, it's been, I guess, a couple of years since we've had an anime girls with squirt guns game. And here we have like a drunk girl co-op game, which in fairness, that is probably a better way to make a co-op game than what co-op did, where you just have ridiculous people being awkwardly controlled. And that last one barely showing anything other than a bar back of alcohol. So yeah, that's Bunny Garden. So the one that they didn't show any gameplay from is apparently a roguelike deck builder. And the Giant Girls Domination Splash Girls game is a third-person shooter. And then Hibiriki Bunny Garden is a staggering action game. Yeah, weirdly, the staggering action game might be the most interesting in the gameplay mechanics. And at a certain point, well, this is certainly locking yourself into one genre of audience, fans of anime girls, at least. They are doing several different styles of gameplay, which is applaudable, and their animation staff probably is only good at doing certain types of animation, and so if they were to try and do hyper-realistic Western 3D graphics, they'd probably do a terrible job at it. It is also worth mentioning, I saw a story where apparently the CEO of ShiftUp has put out some financial disclosures showing that he made a lot of money from Stellar Blade, and that's good news, certainly, because that means ShiftUp can then put a lot of money, hopefully they do put a lot of money, into their next game and into the next development. Because yeah, there's still a lot of room for improvement. Stellar Blade was a fine game, but it wasn't an amazingly great game. 10 years down the line, it's going to be hard to say you have to play Stellar Blade. Even now, it's hard to say you have to play Stellar Blade. So we're hoping for more creativity. We're hoping for more of an experience, a better polished experience. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if Sony does not pay for another exclusivity period around the next ShiftUp game, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a ShiftUp game that is more PC centric in its launch, and or is on the Switch even, or mobile game. This visual novel Dreaming in Cherry Blossoms, I Fall in Love with You, has been announced for Switch and PC. This is from Opera House, so that is very much a different company going only Switch and PC. Resident Evil 4 Remake sales have topped 10 million. Fastest title in the series to reach that milestone. Which, okay, we'll leave it at that. And yeah, fortunately, I'm going to take yet another break, which will only be a few minutes, but then I will be right back. I'm not even going to start. the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual Live was what I was going to say. I literally just clicked to pause mid-sentence there and stopped talking after that. But yeah, I was saying I'm not even going to bother to start the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual Live because this is going to be such a short break. I'm recognizing, particularly now that I have the motion sensors in the hallway that turn the lights on and off, I go down that hallway easily over a dozen times a day. That those lights just come on and off. And so for one person to touch a light switch a dozen times a day, you're going to get dirt and grime on it, whether you care about germs or not. Just the motion sensor aspect of not having to press the button. Sure, you're probably only saving maybe 5 calories every button press at most. So it's not like it's really saving you any energy. And if you're that hyper vigilant on saving calories as far as human energy goes, you're probably overthinking it and not exercising enough in general. But yeah, the dirt and grime aspect certainly is something that I think is being avoided quite a bit. Which, yeah, is definitely a reason why I'm an advocate for the idea of, you know, motion sensors that turn on lights in most rooms, except for bedrooms, which need a little bit more control. But, you know, hallways and bathrooms and communal living spaces with motion sensors make a lot of sense. And if you can afford it, even actuated doors that open automatically, so you're just not touching doors and doorknobs and handles and things like that. Again, just for cleanliness reasons. It doesn't have to be about germs. It might help with germs too, but yeah. Which it's kind of surprising, for as expensive as anybody who's ever been in the hospital knows it is, that there aren't actuated doors in every single room of a hospital, or really even in most of the general hallways. There tends to be less actuated doors than you would expect. Of course, that has nothing to do with video games, so let's actually get back to talking about video games. Let's see, Breath of Fire 4 is now available via Good Old Games. Capcom's classic returns 25 years later. This is probably the first game I've heard about that actually feels like there's a justification there to get into Good Old Games and try and own some games that are on Good Old Games. That being said, there's actually a fairly small number of games on Good Old Games that don't eventually just come to PC. As far as Steam, they are obviously already coming to PC via Good Old Games. And here you can see a intro cutscene trailer here that is very 90s, kind of low budget 90s fantasy anime style, where you have just a lot going on here. Focus on one male protagonist with little details drawn in his face. Then there's probably going to be some secondary characters. And yeah, you don't really get these kind of fantasy stories there. Like, anime itself has just really changed from what it once was over the decades. And so the idea of an isekai game going to a different world in the 90s and 80s was very much somebody was going to this fantasy world and they were gaining a group of friends and they were going on a long adventure. Where nowadays an isekai anime is, oh, somebody gets reincarnated in a different world and they're super powerful and they're a loner, and while they may get a group of people that follow them around, they're usually just subordinates or a harem of anime girls in love with them. It's much more fantasy fulfillment and less fantasy as a challenge. So yeah, there's a temptation here, which is mostly shot down by the fact that I have no idea about the Breath of Fire series at all. And let's see, unless I could, let's see, we could search Steam for Breath of Fire, or we could try and search we could try and search like Moby games for Breath of Fire. See, weirdly, there is a Breath of Fire soundtracks available, which we can look at, but then searching Steam returned no results at all. So we can look at Wikipedia, which honestly I kind of prefer Moby Games at this point than Wikipedia. I think Moby Games is perhaps just a better source, but it's not even on the first page compared to Wikipedia. Developed by Capcom, it was originated on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System in 1993. The series has recurring characters and ambiguous continuity, though each game is its own self-controlled contained story. The names of the two lead characters are usually Ryu and Nina. I'd like to know what kind of a reception these games got, but not sure. Mobile game titles, releases. Okay, yeah. Breath of Fire 1, as far as game ratings, gives it 70%, 79% for Metacritic. Breath of Fire 2, 76%, 81% for the GBA re-release on Metacritic. And then Breath of Fire 3 is given 28 out of 40, particularly low from Famitsu, and 74%, 31 out of 40 from Famitsu for number 4, compared to game ratings 82%, and then 32 out of 40 for Dragon Quarter. So yeah, it definitely feels like it is kind of a middle-of-the-road JRPG, which might have some historical relevancy, but I think mostly is not relevant. And apparently there's kind of an element here of the music that's big enough that they want to sell the music to you, but they don't want to actually sell the game to you. Interesting. And this was done in 2006, so this probably is a great example of just kind of the laziness or the half-assedness that Japanese game companies in 2006 were doing. I think Capcom is better now, certainly, but the idea of embracing Steam as a music platform, which, yes, Steam does have music, but I think very few people actually embrace it there. That being said, at least when you get these songs on Steam, you're getting standard FLAC files or MP3 files or AAC files. Take your pick, you're getting all three. Whereas the Nintendo Music app is going to lock everything down to that app, and you're not going to be able to use it on any other player. Inherently, you also are only going to be able to get Nintendo Music in the Nintendo Music app, where if you go down the realm of music on Steam, you can get a decent amount of music that is video game focused. There's not any music available that's not made for a video game originally. But yeah, particularly on a Steam Deck now, decades later, maybe having music in your Steam library makes a little bit more sense, but it still doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, I would say Capcom has gotten better about actually releasing games on Steam over the years, although not every single game has been a huge success, and some of these have been released years after they originally came out. So yeah, that's certainly something else to consider. Oh yeah, I also should probably talk about, at the end of the last stream, I was yawning and I was sleepy and all that. Well, inherently, I still ended up staying up for many hours after that. I just felt unwell in a lot of sense. I felt like very much I was in the middle ground, and this happens to me sometimes where I feel sleepy but not sleepy enough. I really wish there was just a button I could press or a pill I could take that would instantly make me fall asleep, and then regardless of how much I sleep after that, almost doesn't matter as long as I get maybe an hour of sleep, maybe 2 or 3. But just to be able to instantly fall asleep would be great. And inherently, if you press the button and you fell asleep for exactly an hour, and then you press the button and you fell asleep for exactly another hour, that still wouldn't be too big of a deal. If you could adjust it, that would be great too. Although the effects of having such a technology would almost certainly be devastating. More and more social credit scores would be applied to people, and you would only be allowed to be awake for a certain amount of time a day, and then you would just be forcing criminals to be asleep for most of their time, most of their day, and potentially you could force people to be asleep until they starve to death, or you could charge people for being awake, or you could charge people for sleep. You could probably charge people for both. There's a lot of sci-fi implications around such a technology, certainly. And thank goodness we haven't figured out ways to put people into comas for long periods of time. That you can put people in chemical comas for a short time, but thank goodness no country has really embraced the idea of just putting criminals in comas. Mostly probably because it's more expensive that way than leaving them as in a normal human state. And again, though, we're supposed to be talking about video games. A puzzle action game called Motion Wreck is going to be published by Playism. It does occur to me too, I could probably try to figure out a way to do text to speech on these articles, but that would almost certainly slow down everything. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a shortcut key just built in already to Firefox that would read this page out. So I'm Googling this and seeing if there's something like that. But yeah, it would be really slow. There looks to me like there's at least an extension that will do that. Yeah, there's an extension called Read Aloud that I could install. But yeah, there isn't just a built-in shortcut that would do it now. But yeah, that would probably make everything really slow. Inherently, I would need it to read aloud just the headlines, and that's it. Not try and then read the headline and subheadline and then go into reading all of this. Even if I had it at like 2x speed, which is what I would prefer, but would probably be good for streaming, the amount of time spent per page would be way too much. Yeah, and at a certain point, if I'm trying to automate these live streams, I'm probably going too far in the direction that I don't want to go. A murder mystery adventure game called Mind Diver is going to be published by Playism. Even though I am a stammering fool sometimes when I talk. Another full motion video with animated background looking games content. Valkyrie of Phantasm is coming to the PS5 and Switch in 2025. It's already in early access on Steam. It's rated very positively. And it's not in early access according to this. So I'm going to move that to the wish list. Although inherently, if I just move everything to the wish list, I'm just going to be adding 8,000 games to my wish list, which doesn't solve anything. In fact, it makes it worse because then I can't access my wish list and can't shop for games, which maybe saves me a few bucks, but in the long run makes a nightmare scenario. Behind every frame, the finest scenery and the star named EOS physical bundle for Switch launches August 7th in Japan. I'd assume these are games from the same developer. Yeah, same developer, same publisher. But yeah. I mean, there's 2 games on Steam, and in general, in my case, then macro would fail miserably. What? And only open one of the 2 games. But that's so rarely a case that Komatsu talks about 2 games, and that there's a bundle for 2 games. You can see this one's rated very positively. This one is overwhelmingly positive. A side-scrolling roguelike action game, Skateboard Knight, is going to be published by Playism. Skateboarding and knights with a little princess girl on a scooter. Interesting. But him being on a skateboard, I don't think is going to really change too much. It looks cutesy enough to give a chance to. Yeah, we have about 10 more Komatsu articles, so it's not like we're going deep into the weeds of old stories. Galaxy New Horizons has a gameplay trailer. May have already covered that one. It is on my follow list. Yeah, this may very well be nothing. Low poly cozy driving game called Easy Delivery Co. has been announced for PC. Yeah, I still am not a huge fan of the idea of low poly games in general. Interesting. Page doesn't want to load. But yeah, just the general idea of low poly feels like an excuse instead of an artistic design style. RoboCop Rogue City Unfinished Business launches July 17th. And I'm wondering here if I'm running into some network trouble or not. I think I might be running into some network trouble. So far, OBS seems to be saying everything's fine, but this may be exclusively a Steam thing. Maybe Steam went down, but yeah, very rarely does it go down. Alright, well, let's move forward. We still can look at other articles at least. if everything is working. Hotel Architect launches in early access on May 20th. So I'll just open these Steam pages now and we'll see if they load later. The Famitsu sales from the 14th to the 20th have been updated, so we can play our game about how many of these games in the top 30 are going to be for the Switch versus PS5, which almost all of them will be Switch. Monster Hunter Wilds in the 5th spot over Requiesms. I don't even know what that is. I don't even recognize it. But yeah, Monster Hunter is the only thing in the top 10. And then Assassin's Creed Shadows is in the top 20 with Atomfall. And then 2 Point Museum Explorer Edition is in the top 30, which means 4 out of 30 games are PlayStation games of some sort, and the rest are all Nintendo Switch. Which, yeah, it's really hard to believe that there is going to be any real evidence of the Switch 2 failing when there's just going to be a massive amount of sales, particularly in Japan, of software for the Switch 1. But yeah, that really just eliminates the idea that the Switch 2 fails and the Switch 1 fails, which is an impossibility basically. The Switch 1 could succeed, as it already has quite a bit, for a much longer amount of time going forward, and the Switch 2 itself could just fail. Noticeably, we don't have any sales numbers for the time in which pre-orders would have been available for the Switch 2. Plus, I'm not sure that pre-orders even count towards hardware sales, so it may be quite a while before we start to see the Switch 2 show up in this chart. That being said, if I was to guess where it is going to show up, I imagine it is going to be either in the number 3rd or number 4th spot, either above or below the PS5 base model. Notice that the PS5 digital and Pro models are much lower. Don't even bother talking about the Xbox or the PS4 at this point. But yeah, the real question is just going to be, will the Switch 2 beat the sales number of the Switch 1, exclusively the original version of the Switch 1, and the PS5, or will it just beat the Switch 1? It would be in trouble if it was below PlayStation 5 Digital Edition. It would be doomed if it was below PS4. Of course, the Switch 2 could just also be at the number 1 spot. Yeah. It would then be a comparison about, is the Switch 2 outselling all 3 versions of the Switch 1? So that's a taller order, certainly, as far as success goes. Alright, so let's see if these pages now work. They do seem like they are going to work now. So it just took them a brief second to load. And that definitely was exclusive to Steam because I didn't have any render lag or drop frames or anything. Let's see, Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket Celestial Gardens expansion launches April 30th. We already talked about this, so I don't think there's anything new to say here. It is weird, though, that Pokemon TCG Pocket is not available on PC. For as simplistic of a game as it is, it would be pretty easy to bring it to PC. It wouldn't have any major good reason to exist on PC because it barely has any good reason to exist on any platform. But we are really at a point now where all mobile games should also have Steam release versions on them, even if they are just an afterthought in as far as the PC release goes. And yeah, I don't think we're ever going to hear any stories of people actually experimenting with the Fire TV Xbox streaming. I just don't think anybody who isn't paid to talk about that is going to talk about that. A monster collector RPG called Lumen Tale Memories of Trey is going to be published by Team 17 for Switch and PC. Of course, the Team 17 that exists now feels like a very different Team 17 than what you would have seen back in their heydays of making Worms games. Grandma No launches May 22nd. Channel your inner grandma. I assume this is a game where you play as a grandma and make a whole bunch of messes or crazy things. Yeah, it definitely seems like it's a weird, crazy game. Hyperlight Breaker Early Edition Buried Below update launches April 29th. I don't see even a link to Steam on this one. So we'll just move forward. And then Wharton launches in early access on June 17th. So we'll see if that works. I think part of the reason why my macro was not stopping once it hit a link it had already looked at was because I was putting quotation marks around it when it didn't need quotation marks, single quotes around it. I thought that I needed to do that, but in the overall thought, I think that was a mistake. So now we're on Gaming on Linux. A time travel adventure called Old Skies from Wadjet Eye Games is out now, which, yeah, I kind of need to look at this considering the entire Blackwell series is from Wadjet Eye Games. But I guess the general idea here is that the non-Blackwell games are likely being made by other people. So yeah, this looks way more modern and way better animated than any of the Blackwell games. And I assume Dave Gilbert is now just the CEO of Wadjet Eye Games and not really writing the stories. This is a very interestingly animated trailer. Some lady who has time traveling abilities and is going back changing history over and over again. Hmm. 7 years of history. That's quite an ambition. Damn. So this is already on my fall list, and came out on April 23rd, and it's already very positive. So yeah, there is a possibility though that Wadjet Eye Games, as far as point and clicks, are just not the kinds of point and clicks I really want. Again, this is a story that looks more dramatic with not very much any of that LucasArts or Monkey Island style silliness to it that I generally am hoping to see in a point and click. So I'll put it on the wish list certainly, but I should be somewhat cautious. So you have very positive here, you have very positive here, very positive here, overwhelmingly positive here, very positive here, very positive here, mostly positive here, where this is the next Blackwell game, the final Blackwell game I'll play, which I assume there isn't going to be any more since this is 11 years ago. Very positive here, overwhelmingly positive, very positive, and it may very well be the case that I'm just picky, because yeah, I really wouldn't say things like Blackwell Legacy should be rated very positively. But then on the scale of video games compared to asset flip garbage games, it almost certainly should be rated positively, if not very positively. So at a certain point, it almost would it be nice if there was a bundle to save me some money to buy the rest of the Watch It Eye games. There's another one, I think, that's not listed here, that is around the Wizard of Oz series. It's not being listed for some reason. Maybe Watch It Eye Games didn't publish that one. Yeah, Emerald City Lights, I believe, is the name of the game. And I saw it on Steam, but it's not here on the list. So yeah, if this game came out and I could get it at a decent discount, because the Blackwell games in particular, are kind of overpriced at $10, in that they are about 5-hour experiences. And yeah, Blackwell Legacy, Unbound, and Convergence are only $5, and even at that, they are still somewhat overpriced. I'd say Deception is not particularly much longer than Convergence is, and yet it's twice the cost. So yeah, getting it at a discount would certainly improve my feelings of the games. But yeah, I would hope that Dave Gilbert really didn't have a hand in writing this, or Dave Gilbert is just a much better writer for a brand new game, and that this would just be a slightly longer game with slightly more to do. But take notice in the screenshots here, you're really not seeing any point and click interface where you're picking up items or interacting with items. It seems like you're basically just talking to people. Maybe it is just a case that talking to people is the future of point and clicks. But I can't help but wonder if these kinds of games shouldn't just be visual novels at a certain point. Then, if you're just not picking up items, if you're just not pointing at objects and clicking at them that much, then why aren't you just making visual novels where you could zoom in on the characters a little bit more and have better animation because of that? Anyways, moving on. Popular mobile game Final Outpost Definitive Edition gets a PC release on May 22nd. This is yet another games that my curation is not opening. Is this in any way a game that I even want to make a YouTube short around? I'd say no. It just doesn't visually attract. You can check out the unique demo for Insectile, a bug-catching creature collection game with puzzle battles. Yeah. We may very well end up going through a decent number of Gaming on Linux articles today just to catch up. Dynasty Warriors Origin fixes issues with AMD FSR 3 on Steam Deck and adds a photo mode, which that's nice. Poltergeist Possession Party is a funny competitive party game worth a look if you're interested. which, yeah. It says single player, but I think it's probably focused exclusively on multiplayer. And it has kind of a small player base already. So this is kind of the example of where you would want to just mark this game and take it off the follow list. 11-bit studios are remaking the original Frostpunk in the Unreal Engine 5 with Frostpunk 1886. Which, okay, that's a weird name for the original game. Boy, do they have no screenshots here to show at all. So, in that case, I'll just go ahead and say I looked at it and not bothered to make a YouTube short on it. Let's see, we talked about the Discord CEO stepping down. They're working to be a public company, and once they go public, I imagine they're going to work to monetize even more. Let's see, Steam Deck verified roundup highlights for late April 2025. Inherently, I kind of wish companies had to do a lot more to justify going public. And frankly, going public itself maybe isn't just something that should not be allowed. Just make it illegal. Allow only banks or qualified investors to invest in companies, not individuals who can buy stocks, or private equity firms should probably be. Yeah, if anything, I guess I would say get rid of private equity firms, and that might solve a lot of problems in the first place. Let's see, Frost Trail from the developers of Borrow Trauma eager to support Linux with a tentative yes. Okay. Guess it's nice to have a tentative yes as far as Linux support goes. By the looks of this game, it does feel like it would be a little bit more difficult to make a Linux version of this game than a pixely game or a point-and-click game. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm going to take things that don't have actual release dates off the follow list. NVIDIA has disclosed a new security flaw in their Linux GPU drivers, noted down as CV2523244. Sorry, that's my alarm clock going off. Which ironically sounds like a phone, because that's the only thing that would actually wake me up is if I thought a phone was ringing. But doubly ironic, does not sound like my phone when it rings. So it sounds like an old-fashioned phone. Yeah, which, yeah, my brain subconsciously does not work right, to say the least. It's also worth pointing out that the US government was funding the CVE website and project, and so there was a brief few hours, a day, maybe two, where the Trump administration was threatening to shut down the CVE website, making critical vulnerabilities and exploits, or whatever CVE actually stands for, not exist anymore. And so then there would have had to have been somebody else to step in. And there may very well still be someone else to step in. I believe another agency, government agency, stepped in and said they were going to fund it. But inherently, I don't know if the rest of the world is going to trust any government agencies to run anything ever again. And you are just going to see a new website in which bugs are hosted and published to, being run by probably the European Union, but possibly China, possibly Japan, possibly Russia having their own thing too. There really shouldn't be security flaws in any drivers, particularly Linux drivers, and yet clearly they still can happen. Breath of Fire 4 for PC returns with an updated Good Old Games release, plus more games join the Good Old Game Preservation program. And that certainly explains why this is showing up on Good Old Games. It's because Good Old Games themselves are actively making sure these games run and promising to keep them running. Which I imagine a lot of this is just going to be anything that's somewhat memorable, like Tex Murphy Under a Killing Moon, which is a game I have on Steam and want to cover at some point, will probably get in onto the preservation program, and eventually I imagine almost every game on Good Old Games is going to be in the preservation program, and it may not really even matter. Seems like there is also a voting aspect here that I was not aware of, as far as people on GOG can vote for what gets preserved first. Otherwise, more games for the Steam Deck and Linux from Prime Gaming for April 2025. I mean, April 25th of 2025. Again, though, every time I look at this chart, it's just like, unless I was going to get into Good Old Games, this I guess would be the best way to get into Good Old Games, is just grab all the games from Prime Gaming you're getting for free if you have Amazon Prime. I guess that might make a decent amount of sense if that was the case. Let's see. Here's the story I already talked about. The Lenovo Legion Go S with Valve's SteamOS gets a price increase at Best Buy. They've recently increased the price for the two upcoming Lenovo Legion Go S models with Valve's SteamOS. They seem to have taken down pre-orders too, with it now just being listed as coming soon. So the new prices could be pretty off-putting. Here's the US pricing. So the Ryzen Z2, which I think the Z2 may actually even be a worse chip than the Z1, because the Z1 is an Extreme Edition, where the Z2 is a Go Edition. It is labeled now as $600, where before it was $549, which I didn't even notice the difference change there, because I, like most people, am blind to anything other than this most significant digit, which was the 5, where I definitely recognized that the Z1 Extreme Edition went to $830 when it was previously $750. But yeah. Originally, Lenovo said they expected to launch the Go edition, the cheaper edition, for $499, so you are now $100 more expensive from what Lenovo planned on launching it as. And there's a little bit of a touchpad here, I guess. That looks like that might be a tiny little touchpad, but it probably isn't so much a touchpad. It might be a fingerprint reader, really, because you really couldn't swipe up on that. So yeah, if you get this version, you are in a weird position where I don't know if I can really recommend a $600 cheaper version, even if that is really just $50 more than getting a brand new 5120 LED Steam Deck. And then I probably would recommend, if you want the best of the best, is to go with this after reviews prove it actually is the best of the best, which it may very well not be. But then you are in the high price tag now. Like, sure, you can't build a decent gaming PC for $800 right now. You probably couldn't even before tariffs happened, or even before Trump administration was back in power. But you're getting dangerously close, because you really could build a decent gaming PC for $1,200 to $1,600, and at that point you have probably a lot more power than what this is going to give you, And sure, you lose the screen and the portability aspect, which for kids, maybe screen and portability is still a big deal, probably is. But then also, do you want your kids wandering around with a $600 device? That same question needs to be asked about the Steam Deck. And same question needs to be asked about the Switch 2. Do you want kids wandering around with a $500 console? Like, kids drop things, kids get robbed, kids trade things. Weirdly, the Switch 2 still doesn't have any cell phone connectivity, so you can't track it or lock it down. Which, in fairness, the SteamOS only has a minimal amount of that too. And I don't think any of the Steam Decks or the Lenovo have cell phone connectivity either. Which that might be a feature worth adding, certainly, is if you put in a cellular modem into it with a SIM card slot. That might be some way to go. I could certainly see in a year to 5 years seeing people like AT&T and Verizon offering devices like this for very discounted prices, because you're going to be paying $80 a month for a internet service, unlimited internet on it. And yeah, gaming on Linux point here is kind of the point I feel like. At this point, it might be better to stick with the tried and tested Steam Deck directly from Valve. For the price, it's not like Lenovo is giving you much more than what Valve already do with the Steam Deck OLED top model at $650. Which, yeah, that's if you don't get it refurbed, it's $650. Whereas if you get it refurbed, you can get it down to $550, which would be below the Go edition. And the Go edition is going to have 16 gigabytes of RAM, where the Steam Deck is going to have 16 gigabytes of RAM. It's a very muddy decision there. Like, the Go edition still might be a better offering versus the OLED, but only slightly. And there's a real question whether the Extreme edition is worth the difference in price. FBC Firebreak from Remedy releases June 17th. I already talked about that. A point-and-click adventure called Casebook 1899, the Leipzig Murders, launches later this year. Did we already have a YouTube short made for that? See, this is the other kind of point-and-click adventure games, where it goes back to that pixely art style, which is perhaps in modern times not really necessary. But then you can see there's a mini game here of some sort, and it looks like there's many locations you go to. Yeah. The Blackwell series of point and clicks also run into a problem in that they're always set in Manhattan, so there's only 5 or 6 Manhattan-based locations that you're going to see in any game. Now this is funny, this Replicube game I feel like was already promoted by Gaming on Linux, so I wonder if it isn't perhaps a case that some of the older kind of sponsored content, although it feels like this is sponsored content, I'm not sure it really is, may just come back up. But I swear I've seen this game, or I saw something extremely similar to this, but weirdly it's not on the follow list. It's rated very positively, and I took it off the follow list, I think, because it just didn't look like it was a particularly good game. So this is another case where putting a timestamp on it as far as last visited makes some sense in case we ever see this game again. Lost for Swords is a unique deck building dungeon crawler that's different each time. Still getting way too many advertisements from gaming on Linux, but then they are weirdly games that just don't think I've ever seen before. Love board games and pure chaos. Fortune Avenue is a new spin on Monopoly, out in early access. Which, more chaos in a Monopoly-like game is probably going to be something that's very welcome. Still in early access and rated positively. 2 more gaming on Linux things. System 76 Cosmic Alpha 7 is out now with new accessibility features, global shortcuts, and more. Let's see. Their desktop environment Cosmic with the 7th Alpha release is now available for testing on top of Pop! OS 24.04 long-term support alpha, which again, a long-term support version that's an alpha confuses where it is in its development process. Pop! OS is designed to feel a lot like Mac OS and Apple as far as a desktop replacement or operating system replacement. But weirdly, I just don't think there's a lot of people who care that Apple products look like Apple products as much as they care about Apple products are Apple products. And so looking like an Apple product but then having different applications or working even slightly differently, or just somebody knowing it is not an Apple product and an Apple Mac OS, iOS type operating system is going to be a no-go zone for most Apple fanboys. And then finally, Dune's Awakening set for a public playtest from May 9th to the 12th, but the anti-cheat concerns me for Linux and Steam Deck. Which, okay. Let's look at the Steam page for Dune Awakening. Bunch of trailers and fancy screenshots that I suspect don't very accurately represent what the actual game looks like and plays like. Okay, well that's going to bring us to GameDeveloper.com articles, which I only opened I think a couple of these manually, and then I think automatically my macro opened a bunch, but then I closed a bunch because we'd already talked about them. Nintendo has told customers in Japan to expect Switch 2 hardware shortages at launch. Which, yeah, I imagine you could echo that same sentiment around the world. We talked about Activision, Blizzard, and King execs as new, well, no, it's one exec as the new CEO. A huge donation will help the Strong preserve the history of the defunct Saints Row developer Volition. A collection of materials spanning 3 decades of the company's history has been donated to the National Museum of Play. Which, yeah, I don't know anything about the National Museum of Play. The Strong National Museum of Play, where is that? It's probably, I would guess, in New York. With the Strong Museum, which I think is in New York. So let's take a look at what that looks like. No, that doesn't look like New York. Seems like there's a general coverage of play. And it's kind of a kids museum, first and foremost, which kids museums are very much more hands-on. Video Game Hall of Fame. Yeah, here's kind of your back rooms of a museum like this, where you're just going to have shelves of things, and it's going to hopefully just sit there and not fall apart, which, as long as you're dusting fairly regularly, things will tend to sit on shelves. Although one would hope that they are taking batteries out of things, because that'll be the first thing that starts to dissolve. As far as how things go like this, is that you want to make sure that there are no batteries in them. Then the next step would be to put some doors in the front of this, or tarps in front of it, so that it is not just in the open air. It's a different experience, certainly, when preserving books, because books tend to not fall apart if they're just sitting on the shelf. Maybe the glue might loosen over decades, but probably not even that much. I have a online collection. What's funny here is that the National Video Game Museum, which I've over the years kept an eye on, has a much worse website than this does. This is just like way better as far as whether it is. It is in Rochester, New York, 1 Manhattan Square, so it is in New York. And certainly that is my concern always, is that with a lot of these kids museums in particular, or video game museums, is that they are just arcades first and foremost. They're places to take kids and collect admission fees, but they really just either don't have the square footage or the money or the time to actually focus on video games. What is this? Why is this folded like this? It says it's Super Mario Brothers 2. But none of that feels right. It's not how you would package an NES game. I don't think Super Mario Bros. 2 had Mario Madness. Maybe that's some kind of like rare alternate version. Or maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. But see, here's kind of like a great example where the National Video Game Museum is dropping the ball. Is they just don't have pictures for even the things they do have, as far as trying to have an online catalog. Which, if we were to just go to the last page here, last page go. Let's see where that is. That's 1,688 pages of items being shown here. Although it does seem to me like they probably don't have photos for every item. There's some fairly rare stuff here. Japanese only Famicom style games that are square. Yeah, even if you didn't have a copy of these things, I wonder. So yeah, this feels like just a much bigger museum and a much better designed website around the museum. So yeah, maybe I should call them and see if I can get contact with them and find out if they would be interested in my Nintendo collection. Although they probably wouldn't be too interested, and or they would want to have me ship it out to them at my expense or something along that line. Yeah, that's something I guess I need to research. Inherently, because it's a museum of play too, it's wider than just a it's wider than just being video games, so it has a longer chance of sticking around and succeeding. Yeah, and there definitely is a balance here where they have to have exhibits that make kids really want to come and look at things, but like here's just like an indoor putt-putt exhibit. They do have this Infinity Arcade. But then they're cycling things in and out with these permanent versus non-permanent exhibits. But yeah, if you have infinite money and you're deciding where you want to vacation, this is a website that would definitely be a better sales pitch than what the National Video Game Museum in Frisco, Texas has. Like, there's just a lot more that they're promising. This whole Sesame Street exhibit. And see, these really might be just small, narrow hallways with very little in them overall, but they still probably would be big enough. Like this console central here might just be this wall here of just a few consoles being displayed, where you can play with old consoles. This Infinity Arcade here probably is a relatively small arcade. Yeah. It's not trying to be a full arcade. So yeah, the Strong Museum of Play is kind of an intriguing, better museum. Now I do hope, and I will say this, that the Frisco, Texas National Video Game Museum grows, and it may be huge and it just does a really bad job of showing that on its Twitter, which is really where it only communicates anything, and its website, which it doesn't update that much. But yeah, from what I've seen of it, it seems like it is relatively small for something that calls itself the National Video Game Museum, which, in all honesty, there's also one in the UK called the National Video Game Museum, so it's a terrible name. Like, what nation are you referring to? Anyways, back to more relevant video game news. I closed that tab, but I actually do want to search the Strong Museum of Play later, so let me type that back up and then we'll get back to this. The Big Con developer, which I assume is the name of a game, Mighty Yell, has confirmed layoffs. The studio says cuts won't impact the release of the title All Systems Dance. I don't recognize any of those names though. I don't recognize the Big Con as a game. I don't recognize Mighty Yell as a company, so once again we're still getting these small bits of story where we have layoffs happening, but it seems like it's mostly stopped after the first quarter as far as medium to large size companies. And now it is smaller companies that are running out of money and doing layoffs, which probably indicates that large companies decided to do layoffs at the drop of a hat and put little effort into delaying layoffs in any ways, where smaller companies tried to keep people employed as much as possible with them eventually having to do layoffs as they ran out of money. Tenderfoot Tactics developer has pulled the title from Xbox to support pro-Palestine boycott. The indie developer Badru is ditching the Microsoft-owned platform in solidarity with the Palestine-led boycott, divestment and sanctions campaign, which I have not heard anything about this, but I would heavily suspect that Microsoft works with Intel. Intel is basically a Israel-based company, so I guess that is probably the case. I also recall some major conflict inside of Microsoft in that Microsoft said they were going to work with Israel for some reason or other. Which, yeah. The nature of boycotts, I guess, is a case where this makes sense. If it makes sense to people willing to engage in those boycotts. Although, if you're just a gamer and you just want to play a game, you're not going to be happy that the game is now no longer listed. Although I don't think too many people are going to be upset about that. And they are certainly putting their money where their mouth is by reducing their sales numbers almost certainly to support a boycott and a moral decision they're taking, moral position they're making. So I guess all you can really say is good on them, and we'll see how well that works and how many people otherwise support this boycott. It must not be too many people, otherwise there would be much more news about it, and I would have heard of this boycott. The problem with using boycott and then pro-Palestine is that you could easily misinterpret this and think that you're boycotting anything that is pro-Palestine, when I think you actually are boycotting anything that's anti-Palestine or pro-Israel. There's a report that Meta has laid off over 100 Reality Labs employees, which is totally believable. Meta losing billions of dollars, $47.5 billion over the past 3 years, to get an exact number. And then the IO Interactive co-founder launches a new consensus-driven studio. Wombo Games has been developing Raiders of Blackwell for the last 2 years. I assume this Raiders of Black Veil, not Blackwell, for the last 2 years. The idea of consensus-driven studio seems crazy. Almost feels like it was a union shop without the actual union aspect. It feels like you're likely going to be developing by committee, and you're going to fail because you're having everything run by a committee. And yeah, while video games are perhaps the most collaborative artistic art form to exist so far, there still really feels like there needs to be a director, somebody who can focus an artistic vision into one consistent form, or an artistic director who actually has a artistic vision to make sure the game goes in that direction. Alright, and so let's look at all the new games on Steam. I think I opened all of these manually. I'm not 100% sure. And some of these, I'm pretty sure I've already looked at because this is April 23rd. And so, yeah. The way I open things, when I open things, it's going to have the oldest things at the back. So we can kind of jump through the first few links and just assume I've already looked at it. And if we just happen to see something that's not on the follow list, then that will be where we fix this. I still need to make YouTube Shorts, which means I actually need to program YouTube Shorts to work again. If I don't do that soon, I'm going to be in real trouble. So it definitely has been a case where for the past few days, possibly for the next few weeks, I have to be all about programming, which I don't inherently want to be 100% all about programming. And yeah, it definitely sucks that I have a fairly high level of programming skill, if I can toot my own horn, and yet there's really no way that I probably would ever get into a satisfactory programming position for anyone else. Partly because of where I live, but just partly because you have to get into it when you're younger, and you have to have very expensive degree plans and accreditations and certifications. Yeah. Maybe there's some level in which you can have a very active GitHub that will help you a decent amount in getting employed as a programmer, but yeah, the hiring HR teams are going to be looking for old-fashioned accreditation and certifications and previous employment in particular. Plus, programming is very different at different companies as far as what they actually care about and what they're actually doing. But yeah, I can't help but feel that the idea that was promoted, that everything was going to be about computers and that everybody needs to be computer literate, turned out to be a pretty big lie for my generation. And that yes, everybody does use computers, but nobody really needs to have highly technical programming skills. And certainly that irritates me when I see things like vibe coding start to become a thing where it's just people can feel like they're programmers just by using AI and ChatGPT type software to code for them. Which, yeah, you'll never be a good coder using AI. You'll never be a good anything using AI. But do you need to be a good anything? Let's take this thought to an extreme. If there was just an AI robot inside of every McDonald's, and all you had to do to work at McDonald's is be the one employee there that just told the robots what to do, that may be good enough. Sure, robots will never be 5-star Michelin chefs, but they probably would be perfectly fine burger flippers. And you probably would only need one manager to look around every now and then, and that would be the only employee that would be needed. But yeah, it paints a different type of future. Of course, if nobody's employed at the McDonald's, then nobody can afford to eat at the McDonald's. Here's one I can take off the fault list just because I know I'm not really going to ever play the Phantom Brave series. Yeah, generally I do enjoy programming for a while. When the projects start to go 6 weeks or longer with very little success, that's usually a bad spot at that point to be in. And there definitely are times throughout the day where I'm just not in the mental headspace to do programming of some sorts. So yeah, I definitely am looking for short and sweet projects that can be done fairly quickly if I'm going to do that, and mostly I have to be very motivated to finish the project. Yeah. And inherently, I can't guarantee any level of success. So I definitely would not tolerate a level of pressure being put on me to finish a program in a certain amount of time, because that's just not how things are going to happen with me. And that's not generally how programming tends to go either. That meeting those deadlines is fairly random. Perhaps that is something that I have also just not really been able to experience, is the idea of collaboratively programming. If there was 5 or 6 other people working with me, working on the same code individually, which is usually how that would go, then perhaps there would be more of a guarantee of progress and success, just having a fresh pair of eyes. Yeah, that is certainly something I've never been able to really ever engage with. I can't find anybody that knows programming skills anywhere close to me, and even if I did, then I wouldn't be able to really work with them probably without paying them. And yeah, weirdly, a lot of my desires as far as what would fix a lot of problems in my life is if there was literally just another copy of me. I'd like to just clone myself, clone my brain. Sure, I would, if I can make tweaks, there's plenty of room for improvement, but I need someone to be on my same level and at my same level of intelligence, and that's hard to find. Yeah, you might very well find people that are as intelligent as you, but they are just on a different level. So yeah, if you're gonna like talk to me about high fashion or something, I probably could not maintain that conversation for too long. Or music would probably be the best example. If you're gonna try and talk to me about music, I'd try and listen and I'd try to learn, but almost certainly my eyes would glaze over and I'd fall asleep eventually. My experiment, which has turned into really just an excuse to waste hours and hours on a weekly basis of trying to learn the extremely high level Sudoku variants from cracking the cryptic, is probably a great example of that, because yeah, I am not getting better at a reasonable pace at all. I am maybe slightly getting better, but only a little. I feel like we had already seen this game. I rejected it before. I'm gonna reject it again, but I'm gonna mark it because it seems like it might pop back up. Notice I'm not marking everything I look at, though. That would be fairly pointless and a lot of extra clicking. But yeah, I definitely am not getting better at the cracking cryptics stuff. See, weirdly, I would like to be able to appreciate music better, but I honestly don't think I have the ears for it. People just have a lifetime of experience of listening to music. Most people do, that I'm certainly lacking. Of course, if it was a subject that I really have no interest at all, last thing I'd want to do is have people trying to teach me how to appreciate like NFL football or WWE wrestling or something like that. That is totally off the table as far as something I would be interested in. Yeah, I didn't curate any of these that I opened manually too, so we're crossing our fingers once again that all the games that should be YouTube family friendly are actually YouTube family friendly on Steam. Getting quite a few gory body horror type games. I don't imagine we are going to have any kind of David Lynch-like games come out now that David Lynch is dead. I think he died. But yeah, I don't even know what kind of games would be really inspired by him. Yeah, there's an interesting monologue that almost certainly could be made about a lot of different artists and art styles that have not translated, and in fact possibly would never translate over to video games. Like Cronenberg style stuff translates a little bit to horror games. I wouldn't say by much. H.R. Giger style Aliens only really translate to Aliens games. I think H.R. Giger may have also had a hand in the Species movie series. Species video game wouldn't be the craziest idea in the world. Yeah, and once again, I'm gonna be just drained mentally. So yeah, I constantly need to figure out, after I stream, what is the downtime activity to do. And in the past, it's been cook a pizza, eat a whole pizza, eat way too much, and fall asleep in a overeating coma. I don't always feel the desire to do that. Plus, that's still not very productive. Probably, since I'm mentally drained, does make the most sense to watch streaming TV after streaming myself. Because then you're not really losing much. You're just recouping. And then probably work towards falling asleep again. But yeah, without a good plan, the rest of today I'm probably going to spend just feeling awkward and feeling tired but not being able to sleep, which is the worst scenario. Also, I'm spending way too much time just checking out slick deals, and at the moment also checking out, see if any pre-orders for the Switch 4 happen. Which personally, I don't even want to Switch 2, not Switch 4. Boy, if I could pre-order a Switch 4. Yeah, generally I don't even want to Switch 2, but I have nieces and nephews that would certainly enjoy them. So seeing if they are on sale makes some sense. Although I don't think I financially am willing to justify actually buying it for them. I guess I could probably pre-order things if it is just a case of putting down a name and not putting any money down. That wouldn't be too big of a deal. Frankly, could probably buy one. I imagine the pre-orders are going to limit you to one anyways, so for the number of nieces and nephews I have, getting one extra, if that's the maximum, makes a decent amount of sense anyways. But yeah, personally, I would love to see all of them abandon the Switch 2, and frankly, if they could just learn a certain dislike of Nintendo overall, so that they would move over to the Steam family plan, that would be much more financially of a better situation. But realistically, I don't expect that to really happen. And I imagine there's a bunch of adults with people who want Switch 2s in their life that have that same situation where Nintendo with Nintendo games is going to be very much in demand. Yeah, I'm trying to think, when was what was the console that I got that I really didn't care about getting? Probably the Wii. The Wii, for somebody who had played NES, and was that from day one, as far as Nintendo consoles go, the Wii felt like very much a different thing, kind of a betrayal of what you would expect from Nintendo, trying to target a whole different audience. And every single Wii game just felt like it was a gimmick, because they all were, instead of feeling like a proper game that you would have had on the GameCube or the Nintendo 64. Which, yeah, I think that big change definitely affected my own feelings. So now we're going to go through the fall list cleanup, and then we'll call it an end. As far as we'll look at these games, and they're already on my fall list, and start to think about, now, do I want to just use my checkbox that I'm adding to say, hey, if we've seen this game, I think when it comes down to early access, we should just go all checkbox all the time. I don't think I really even have to make a decision there. The only things that really should be on the fall list is something that I actually think I might play or actually have any interest in. Which, yeah. Now with one more option, I do have this possibility of labeling something differently. Now the problem with these notes though is that it is just going to be some games go on these marketing blitzes where they're constantly updating things, and like a new update every day or so, that they're really just trying to do for advertisement reasons. So by putting it, having a timestamp on it instead, and not having it on the fall list, it means I will never see this game again unless it comes out and I see it either via a news press release, comes out of early access, or by it showing up on the list of all the new games on Steam, which it should show up in that case. Now then the next question is going to come down to VR games, which at some point maybe I should just add a second checkbox for VR games and checkbox everything that's VR, but I don't think I'll bother with trying to do that. I opened quite a few of these to try and catch up. Yeah, I'm being fairly cruel in that even things that are rated very positively still may not make it to the wish list if they are things that I am not particularly too interested in playing, or if they're game styles like card games. We can see that there is a trend here of a decent number of games that are on early access for a decent amount of time. Now remember, if I go into the local storage editor and delete all of these local storage cookies that I'm making, then I would lose all my progress. So I'm going to have to be incredibly cautious as to when I would decide, if I'd ever decide to do that. Mostly it's going to come down to something along the lines of Firefox crashing or telling me it's taking up way too much space. Yeah, we still haven't really seen, as far as, like, I've seen hard drives and SSDs and things still showing up on Slick Deals. I do think we are going to hit a point eventually where the inventory wears out and sales start going away, or slickdeals.net users start considering things as a decent price when they are just regular price or suggested retail price. There is also a small possibility that pork prices, as far as the food, will go down for a brief moment. The reason being in that China just canceled 12,000 tons of pork order from America and the United States, which means there will be briefly a glut of pork. Of course, that doesn't inherently mean that any of that money would trickle down to prices and reduce the price. It might very well be the case that the glut just is handled by slaughtering a bunch of pigs and maybe taking a tax write-off instead. And I basically need anything in early access to be off the fall list. I need to get as much things off the fall list as possible to get it down to something much more reasonable than 8,000. There is also another element on the fall list that needs to be addressed, which is that there is a lot of games that simply are not on Steam anymore. They're games that were either scams or for one reason or other got kicked off of Steam or left Steam of their own accord. Yeah, I don't know if there's really a game here I want to play or not. I'm just gonna say yes, put it on the wish list. And getting those games off the follow list is actually fairly difficult because it'll look like a link, but it won't be a link. It'll just take you to the front page of Steam. Continue doing the follows cleanup. Yeah, and I guess recently, me streaming for 4 to 5 hours doesn't feel as bad as it once may have, in the sense that in the past it's felt like doing that was me just taking way too long and moving too slowly, whereas I've added so much more that I'm doing now that it just feels like I'm accomplishing a more reasonable amount of stuff while streaming. Now, arguably, many people will make the claim, perhaps I agree with them, that some of this stuff should just be done off screen. But I would never do it if I did it off screen, so yeah. I'm up to 1,003 subscribers at this point, and my watch time is not. Do you want noise in the background? Do you want somebody rambling? Do you want to watch somebody else basically doing grunt work? And yeah, Steam's not loading any of these pages at the moment. And this time OBS did disconnect. So yeah, we are running into network trouble, but it seems like it fixed it. So it seems like my buffer should have fixed that just fine. This game requires a smartphone app to play. So it's really never a game I'm really gonna play myself. So I can take that off the fault list too. Let's move back several steps. Now. We're going through these games, just trying to see if there's anything here I really would want to play. See what we can get rid of. But yeah, I really don't know what this experience should be or would be. As an experience, what I could really do to improve it. I need to make major changes if I was going to try and improve it, to try and turn it back into being like a proper news broadcast. If I was going to go that direction, and that's the direction I would go, which is probably the wrong direction, because maybe this really is just more of a sit back and relax, chill stream. Yeah. Maybe that is the best way to consider it. There is kind of noticeably a problem too with looking at all of these news updates, is that I really only went back like three days or so, and so even going back 3 days or so is opening a lot of tabs as far as how this all ends up landing. That's going to be a while. It's going to be a while before that stops being the case. RPG with no in-app purchases, with no, it's an English and Russian game. It's mostly positive. Isometric RPG game. It doesn't look bad. I'm going to just go ahead and add this to the library. And that's one way, certainly, to get things off both the wish list and the follow list. But rarely, very rarely do we get free games, although it's not that rare, frankly. I could easily get 4 or 5 free games every week if I put my efforts into that, and that was my main focus. And I definitely don't feel like I am actually going to be anywhere. By the way, just in case you're wondering, clicking this box does not click this box or in any way affect those. So yeah, I am literally just adding in new code into the Steam page, which is really just what like SteamDB is also doing. It's just adding in new code. And it certainly is a case where if copyright people like Nintendo had their way, they would make it so that was absolutely illegal and impossible, and they would call that hacking, and they would call it immoral for some reason, to be able to experience a website the way you would want to experience it. Which, yes, certainly Google wants to promote that same idea, that ad blocking and adjusting a website the way you would like to experience it should be illegal and wrong. Of course, those same people will eventually try to make it illegal to turn your eyes away from or not listen to ads, and that they will demand that they have some kind of God-given inalienable right to brainwash you into buying their products, watching their ads. But yeah, nobody's making the argument that you have a inalienable right, a God-given right, or whatever, whoever gave it to you, to peace of mind, or to not be advertised to if you so choose not to be advertised to. I mean, at some point we may straight up have to get brain chips just as ad blockers. There's a Warriors game. Am I ever going to play a Warriors game? I'm not sure, but I'll put it on the wish list just in case. Just in case I ever do decide to go down that direction. So yeah, with this, we're making slight progress towards a new beginning, where the follow list is only for things that are not in early access, and not for things also that would be mixed reviewed. and also not for things that have lewd or adult content in it because of YouTube family friendliness requirements. And also not for things that I'm actually never going to play, and I know I'm never going to play. I think we're close to being done now. It may take a year or two, but I do think eventually I will catch up. Now I'm taking this one off just because there's only 10 people online now and it's a player versus player focused game. It is a free game, but it has in-app purchases, so who knows how free that really is. Tobacco Shop Simulator. Now going to have some stiff competition with Schedule 1. So it's kind of a great example of how there are multiple drug related type games out there, and really probably only enough of an audience to want to play one of them. So for every one major success like Schedule 1, there is likely at least a dozen failures. So yeah, I only went back to 1 week ago. Reloading this page would probably change the news, but maybe it doesn't. So yeah, I still have a lot of off-screen time I could spend going through this whole news page if I so chose to do that. Although I should focus on YouTube Shorts if I'm going to do anything. Yeah. So that's going to be it for this stream. Again, 4 hours and 44 minutes. Feels like I accomplished a lot more in that time than in previous times that I've streamed for 4 hours. And really, it's just been a ton of news or a ton of rambling on my part. Anyways, as always, I ask you people to like, share, subscribe, comment.